Endgame Spoilercast at the end of this episode. No Game of Thrones spoilers because it's still mid-season. I
thought it was in really poor taste how Ned came back to life to crawl up Thanos' ass.
Right. So, maybe at the end of the season, but I can just give feelings. I can just throw feelings out there.
I have many feelings about Game of Thrones right now, actually.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about the concept of spoilers, shall we? So,
The
Endgame came out on fucking, God, I want to say Tuesday of last week. Like, or movies are getting earlier and earlier. And the entire internet was abuzz. Hey, shut the fuck up. Hey, you. Shut your fucking mouth.
Don't spoil
this adaptation of an old comic.
Don't spoil the Endgame.
Shut your fucking mouth. It's Endgame.
It was different.
The only thing that well, of course, but the only thing that matters is whether or not Paul Rudd's gonna climb into Josh Brolin's asshole.
22 movies.
Right? Everyone shut their fucking mouth. And to be fair, most people were pretty good about it. Right? Meanwhile, just a few days later, let's hashtag the shit out of every single fucking moment that happened during a live TV broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Let's change our fucking avatars to a bunch of spoilers and flood Twitter with fucking animated GIFs of all sorts of fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have the fucking hashtag of the fight at the location be like, you stupid motherfucking idiots. Oh my God. And that week was the JoJo week as well, where fuck the people watching the anime if they didn't watch it that morning. Holy shit. Oh my God, this was my favorite part because of this thing. Well, end of fucking what is the difference between TV and movies? Why is like one spoiler thing so rigidly enforced and everyone's like, you shut the fuck up. But as soon as it becomes like live TV or pseudo live TV, everyone's just like, Twitter is a live place for a content reaction. It's like, oh my fucking God.
The difference between Avengers and Game of Thrones and JoJo was that Avengers officially went on an anti-spoiler campaign, and they made trailers and videos and hashtags specifically telling people not to spoil it.
I seriously doubt that would have mattered at all.
That was a part of it, and that was that was definitely one difference between how things played out. It doesn't change anything ultimately, and in one case you're looking at like anyone who's already read part 5 can spoil anything about it for you at any point. So that's in and has always been in dangerous territory.
The manga people are like, this is 20 years old.
So like what I'm saying is that has been like in the public safety like sphere for the entire life that this anime has been out.
I've been under the idealized rule set that like you get a spoiler reset when a new adaptation comes out of whatever your personal length of time is.
I'm just saying that like it's been up to like assholes or not assholes.
Yeah.
For JoJo the entire time.
I'm just
like the entire parts have been out during that anime run. Now with Game of Thrones, they caught up to the book and went past it, so you couldn't possibly spoil anything for anybody.
It's new. It's proper.
It's fresh for everybody. And there's not much to say besides like people freak out and have their reactions to things, and if anything, all you really had to go on was the fact that every episode when it happened, like the Sunday of, you would always see Twitter become nothing but those hashtags.
I just realized what the actual difference is. And the actual difference is you're not supposed to be on your phone in a movie theater.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
That's
a part of it.
The distance between like something happening and going,
but that's
my God, on your phone.
But that's not the entirety of it. That's a really minor aspect of it. But it's that's a part of it. But like all the articles and the Twitter official moments that get created, and the little icon at the end of the hashtag to show you that it's an official thing. Oh my God, that's all reflective of stuff that happens in the 10 minutes after 11 o'clock to an hour. So from 11:10 till 12 is, that's the catch up hour of
so
articles.
I have a
things getting
practicality
written up.
question here that is going to amplify or like de-amplify my personal feelings on this. The way that Game of Thrones comes out, it's airing on what, HBO, whatever?
HBO Sundays, and if you're in Canada, Crave, I believe.
Okay, is that 11 p.m. East Coast and then 11 p.m. Central and then 11 p.m. Pacific?
So it all depends because, I mean, look, that's been a problem for the entire run. Like, for years when it was unavailable anywhere else except for HBO in Canada was, like, just not allowed. There was a whole thing where the earliest you could possibly get it was, I want to say Sweden? Some country got it an hour before everybody else did, and that would be the country who got ripped, and shoved online on a torrent. So, like
the idea that you're
that
spoiling a thing like before it's even actually live in parts of the world is
no.
level.
What I was talking about is after it aired.
Yeah.
For North America, that 11 to 12 hour is when is after it airs for North America. But there's that 1 hour head start if you happen to live wherever that was, and then everyone else watches it at 10 o'clock. It's just the practice has been as soon as the season starts and it becomes Sunday and it's 10 o'clock. After that hour goes by, it's not just people reacting live. It's like websites are writing their reviews.
There was somebody Paige was going through her Twitter and saw somebody change their profile pic to a spoiler and their name to X character is X forever, and it's just like, why? Why are you people like? Who would? God.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see it, which is fine because
there's the other thing. Here's another thing, right? And this is also important. If you think about like official expectation of how you consume the given media, Avengers is something you pay to go see at a given block of time that you choose when you have that block of time. Game of Thrones is something that traditionally airs on the TV at the time frame that everybody watches it when it goes out. Exactly. Right, but it's not put out. It's not
old people living in the past.
But the difference, the reason why I'm saying this is because you can feel the difference between the way people treat this versus a season of something that drops on Netflix, right? So back when it was okay to watch House of Cards, whatever. Back when House of Cards, for example, would drop a whole season in one shot, there would be a
it's a weird spoiler culture on that.
But like, it's a whole season and it's in one shot, and you're not gonna get through all of it in one night. So anyone who was kind of like immediately posting final episode shit about that, people.
Did you just go to the final episode just to fuck with people?
You couldn't possibly have watched all of it. The time frame between the drop and where you're posting doesn't make sense.
It's like when you put up a YouTube video and like a comment within 6 minutes is like, I can't believe they never. It's like the video is 48 minutes long. You don't know that, and you're wrong.
Exactly. Right. Like when someone makes a call out that's like it's 9:15 and you have half an hour left. And you couldn't have possibly seen where this goes. But so when a season drops on Netflix, you don't get the thing you're talking about because there's no live time, right? Game of Thrones still has a live time, and it's still aired at a specific point where everybody watches it at the same time. So because of that unifying factor, there's a specific moment where people are going to react to it. It's because it's still traditional TV. It's not opt-in when you want, on demand. It is, but on demand is like almost like the secondary to the main thing.
I've always been baffled at the movie versus fucking TV distinction, where I'll even see people go, "Don't spoil the movie for me," and then spoil a TV show like the next day within 24 hours of its airing.
Oh yeah.
And it's like,
oh yeah. Hey man, our podcast has done that unintentionally at times and has been shitty about it. Like it is, I mean, besides reaction culture, right? For sure, being a part of the way things go nowadays. It's just, I really do think a lot of it could get chalked up to, are you supposed to watch this on your own time at some given point? Okay, then you have a window you have a window of like, hey, everyone, don't be too shitty about this.
Like for a movie, the window is incredibly clear, and your window is until the end of the movie leaves theaters.
Eventually, it'll be gone.
That time period between it leaves theaters and it hits DVD or whatever is like, I guess you didn't care, so fuck yourself.
Yeah, except for this one, which isn't leaving anytime soon.
No, just like what happened with those Lord of the Rings movies and shit.
Fucking cracking billions on this.
Yes.
You know, but what else to be expected? Like, this is one of those moments of like, I bet you everyone involved is almost looking at these insane gangbuster numbers. I'm using that wrongly again, whatever. They're looking at these insane huge numbers.
Gangbusters.
And they are basically going, yeah, as expected.
Yeah.
This is what it should be. Yeah. Anything less would have been a failure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I bet you they had multiple like goalposts, and I bet you there was a possibility that they could be number one and still be a fail.
Oh yeah.
By not hitting number one hard enough.
And like I could just think of a boardroom over with DC going, oh, why didn't Justice League do those numbers? Oh, I guess people hate Superman. I guess that's the reason. And I bet the people over there at the Dark Trilogy or Dark Universe, whoever the fuck that even is, going, oh, that could have been us.
Every time I walk out and hit the credits on an MCU, like usually Steph and I have a nice big discussion about whatever references she might have missed based on comic things.
Yeah.
And like little hidden bits and pieces where it's just like, this was this, and it's like, oh, cool, whatever. And it always inevitably goes back to the ultimate I told you so and how stupid everyone was in the early days of comic book movies. And it, like, I don't mean for it to always go back there, but it's so hard to avoid it.
Tell me a story. What are you talking about?
Well,
exactly?
I'm just talking about how, like, I will always go back to how stupid everyone involved was. Like, Marvel was stupid for trying to sell every one of their properties.
It is up there, to my knowledge, with like one of the biggest entertainment blunders ever.
It is number one.
I can't think of anything.
It's actually it is number one. Like,
you literally sold the golden goose,
and you could have, and it would have been worse.
And you had to buy back most of the goose.
Right. The fact that Marvel gave Spider-Man away for whatever $7 million or whatever fucking measly offering, and then gave them the rights to keep it in perpetuity as long as they kept using it on a time limit, right? And then said if they didn't want it, they would just stop making it. It's like, what fucking studio would stop making a thing and then just, you know what I mean? Like,
a fantastic
they'd rather
movie
make
that
out
got made that is like the worst piece of shit ever, that got made in 2 parts just to keep the fucking lights.
Just to keep it.
It was never even released, if I remember right.
Why? It's like, why would you expect? Anyway, so the level at which Marvel was like unconfident in their own like property and how much they thought movies were worthless and / they couldn't do anything with them, the amount of like just underestimating your own value, right, and it is unbelievable. And then the fact that like these studios came in and like saw a crazy ass deal, Sony rejected every other character because, quote unquote, no one gives a shit about anyone besides Spider-Man, right? Like, the out of touchness from
everyone involved
of that era blows my mind, and I keep going back to it because it's like that was the exact time. And Fox as well, they got X-Men, and then they did what they could, but like even when you're tanking with it and you're not, because you don't know how to make a good movie yet, because you don't know what it is to get like solid staff, you don't know who the solid writers are, you don't know who the people are, and it's like secret, hey, why don't you go find the people that wrote the comics? Like it really, really, like, there's something inside me that always goes like, man, I'm just vexed at how dumb you all were, because like, I guess I just got lucky, and I happened to be a kid that was reading comics early on at the time when this was going on, and could have easily pointed and said, yeah, the Ultimates, that's a really good, you should look at that as a, like that. In fact, it was actually designed to be cinematic. Mark Miller wrote that, and he
got Sam Jackson in it.
And it's literally like presented in a cinematic way,
Yeah.
waiting for adaptation for you.
Just do camera cuts on these panels. Just
And
do it.
the writing is solid, and the pacing is solid, and everything about this is done really well. And all you really need to do is just give it a chance.
Yeah.
You know, if you happen to pick it up, open it, and give it a chance. And no one involved with any of the decision making, the money, or whatever, really.
Well, because they're all 85-year-old dudes that remember fucking talkies and shit going, oh, he's
Woolly's Max wrong, Woolly wrong, crazy talk. Okay. I don't care about Ultimates Volume 3 and beyond. I'm talking about
crazy talk. I barely even
I have no idea. Yeah. Ultimates 1 and Ultimates 2, I think those were great reads. I enjoyed those. I don't give a shit what you say. The fact that in general there were all these great runs that we've had early on in this life cycle, you know, and it got so underestimated, and eventually and here's the thing too, it's like you got to see the lifetime where so because people didn't give a shit about it, you got some bad movies out of it because no one's giving a shit.
Yeah.
And by no one I mean like the Hollywood people.
I saw Daredevil.
And then the bad movies come out, and then the self-fulfilling prophecy starts to occur.
These are really bad. People hate comic
People
book
hate
movies.
superheroes.
Well,
People hate
maybe
comic
it's
books.
because like these are like video game movies, basically.
Yeah.
Video game movies never broke out.
And you're looking at Marvel on the at the point where they were like fucking running out of money, you know, and
they were bankrupt, right?
They were getting desperate. They weren't bankrupt, but they were getting there, right? And you just kind of like, I'm sitting here, and like other people I know that have like also read like good comics that are like a fan of these things are just like, we know like there's good stories. If you took these stories and showed them to people, they would like them because they're good.
Yeah.
You just have to show them the good. Don't make up your own bad one and put the name on it just to go, hey, look, you know the name? Cool. Now come sit and watch a bad thing.
And so like I have like an additional like side thing of that, which is I'm sure someone in a fucking studio at one point said, comic book shit is too weird for the average movie going audience. They like westerns and dramas and etc., right? But then I think, like, do you remember that Hollywood put out a fucking movie called Zardoz?
Yeah.
Do you remember shit like that?
Yeah.
Okay, and at the same time, I'm reminded that was actually a relatively recent quote from somebody over at fucking DC Movies about Wonder Woman after fucking Superman came out. Said, Wonder Woman's too weird for the movie-going audiences. And not only did that turn out to be way untrue, and isn't that like the most successful of the DC ones before Shazam?
Wonder Woman, yeah, it was, because it was the good one.
That was the same week that the fucking Guardians trailer dropped, and everybody found out about Rocket Raccoon.
Was
you
it?
Talk about, oh, this is too weird for the movie-going audience.
Yeah. I also
the fucking space raccoon.
And trust me, and I get it that I see you, chat. Hindsight's 2020. It's easy to say that in retrospect.
Hell yeah, it is.
But I'm telling you that in the moment that this shit was happening 10 years ago, I like even 15, even before we got like the Avengers build-up moment of the first Avengers movie, when it was just the individual movies coming together. Like, I was still really upset about this whole thing, because I'm like, there's basically a problem that existed where comic books as a medium have been out for forever. They're
quite old at this point.
They're old, and they've been goofy, dumb cape shit, as people say, for a long time. And the good ones have been far and few in between, and then eventually got more and more like frequent. But the thought process of everyone involved with these business deals was old style. Comic books are dumb kid things. Who the fuck cares? They were not even aware of the fact that like there were good things being done. I bet you they didn't know about Sandman existing at all, you know? Mm-hmm. And the fact that you'd look at it and go like, the same writer that wrote these really successful good books also wrote a comic, And guess what? Writing is writing. So if you give it a chance, it can work.
What? No, that's stupid. That's dumb.
So anyway, it really was just one of those things where like it felt like you could just, if it felt like there's nothing you could do to let people know. It's almost like how when we play games and we kind of are like, we're big fans of this particular genre. We know exactly, we're like, oh man, just do the thing that we've seen.
Do this one and this one and this one and also this one, and you made the best game ever.
Because we know, right? You're sitting here, we're aware. It's like and there's no, they're just too far. The distance is too great. They just don't know, and they're like, should we try this? No. Oh God, what do we do?
So it's
and like, thank fucking God, right? You got like they eventually got people on board like Joss Whedon and such to just kind of come in and go like, okay, corral this fucking thing,
and then eventually the Russos
wrangle it up,
just
exactly,
run everything now,
and whatnot, and then they're like, okay, yeah, so we know how to get people involved that like worked on the like this shit before, who've done good writing for it. We know how to get people involved that know how to fucking write scenes, write great dialogue and whatnot, and not just like grab whoever would be coming down the Hollywood production studio like fucking production line, where they're like, up and coming director, sure, grab that person, grab this producer over here, like, you know what I mean, like, because there's a factory to it.
So and that's where I want to cut in for a second, because everything that you're saying is right. But
backseating an industry.
But armchairing. It's not called backseating. It's called armchairing. Everything you're saying is right. But no one actually learned their lesson. See, Marvel and the MCU.
I can feel how angry people are with what I'm saying right now. I can feel it.
We're talking about comic books.
Yeah.
We're talking about stories.
I'm just trying to convey that now that this shit is the biggest thing ever. That's cool. I'm glad we got here. We almost didn't, and I'm really annoyed that back when things were always, the potential for things to be as good as they are was always there.
I always think that the most direct comparison is how stupid the idea is that comic book stories are too dumb and too for kids or whatever to make a good, successful movie, when Star Wars came out in the fucking 70s and blew the fucking top off the earth in terms of success. And that's a fucking comic, like, that's a comic book story. It's a bunch of fucking magic wizards with lightning swords.
But more than anything, it was space.
Yeah, right?
And that was
so everything.
It's not hindsight. It's literally what I've been yelling from the first.
It's not hindsight if he's been saying it for 10 years
before
you guys
the movies
even
were out. Before you knew who I was, I've been yelling about this.
So here's the thing, right? You're right, and nobody ever learned that lesson, and that's the most depressing thing. Because what had actually happened is that Raimi made Spider-Man 1. And then Fox made X-Men 1, and those were really successful. And then instead of learning any of the lessons that you just said, except for Marvel when they got their rights back, it became, oh man, dude, there's a lot of comic book IPs. We ran out of ideas for real movies, and then we ran out of any of those Tolkien books. No, they're done. Oh, cool. They went back and did The Hobbit, right? And then they started to do the comic books. And now they can't even do those fast enough because all the studios grabbed up the big ones. So now they're going through every fucking young adult fucking novel series, Maze Runner and fucking Hunger Game. And my favorite is the headline that I saw alongside the Avengers shit, which was apparently Tom Holland and Daisy Ridley, big superstar Spider-Man and Ray, starring in a young adult novel adaptation apparently called Chaos Walking, that has been deemed unreleasable by the studio.
Okay.
After $100 million of filming, and needs to have like half of the movie reshot because it's like the worst thing ever made.
Oh man. Yeah.
Because who cares how much money you throw in the toilet? It's all based off one of them dumb kids' books like The Twilight or The Hunger Games.
Well, is it similar enough? Is there a death game aspect with a bunch of kids involved?
I have zero idea what that shit is.
Wow.
Zero.
Unreleasable.
That's the quote from the exact, like, can't get that out.
Yeah. I mean, look. There's a million issues that you know one can go on about, and like I think we've touched on it a couple of times, but the like self-perpetuating problem of how you can only have 30 names in Hollywood that actually draw people to movies at a time or so, and the idea of like just get new people and like as much as I used to shout that, the realization that no, they don't want to get new people.
Not only can you not get new people, if a person's old and good enough, they get to stay around for like 40 years.
I mean, well, there's that, right?
There will be a big ass action movie that casts fucking Will Smith as a 25-year-old in 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah, well, like, the trailer just came out.
Wait, seriously?
Yes.
What movie am I talking about?
Are you dead? Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking.
Dude, they just released a trailer for a Will Smith movie where he fights himself, but he fights himself from his Fresh Prince days. So it's current old grizzled bearded Will Smith versus young flat top Will Smith, and he's digitally edited to look like he did circa Philadelphia and Fresh Prince.
I'm gonna count this not as a stupid moment, but as a win for my point. Like, if you're big enough in Hollywood, you get to stick around forever, no matter how stupid it is.
Literally, they made a trailer for that, and it's Will Smith versus young Will Smith.
What is? Oh fuck.
Gemini Man.
Sure. All right.
The Mega Man boss.
Okay.
Yeah. So the point remains that like the only things with brass balls and or a name that matters more than the characters, like Star Wars, can choose to be like, yay, we're getting new people. We don't want you to come in with expectations of what they are, who they are based on whatever.
I still remember
we tried it with the prequels. That was a bad idea.
I still remember the day that I was like, Chris Evans is gonna be Captain America? Really?
Yeah.
That weirdo from Scott Pilgrim? He looks like a dumbass.
While we're on the subject matter, I want to shout out, there's a video that basically breaks down, there's different people breaking down, video essayists were breaking down their favorite MCU scenes, and one in particular is about
moment or whatever it is.
One marvelous moment, and the one about the after party.
Yep, that's my favorite one.
Is fucking amazing.
Yep.
And in that, it breaks down why the party at the after party scene in Age of Ultron, where everyone is trying to lift Thor's hammer, is probably the best MCU scene.
Yep, I would. Yeah, that's a really good
It's amazing.
It's a shame it's stuck in that movie.
It's really, really, really strong. But the other thing that the video points out is that the casting director, and I forgot her name.
Yep.
But she...
I was telling this exact story to somebody else over this past week and had the same thing happen, which is tragic.
She deserves a ton of
credit. This person whose name we couldn't bother to remember.
Unfortunately forgot.
Yep.
But the casting director behind all the MCU movies deserves a ton of credit because she did a fucking phenomenal job.
Thumbs up to you, ma'am.
The biggest and brightest example being Bruce Banner.
Yep.
Because we tried and failed twice.
Yeah.
And then like nailed it fucking out of the park.
That second one especially stings me because I remember like me and like many other people go, man, they should just get Edward Norton. And sure enough, they got Edward Norton. And then I went to see the movie. I'm like, they shouldn't have got Edward Norton. I was wrong.
I didn't see. That's not how I walked out of it. I walked out of it going like, it's better than Eric Bana.
Yeah.
You know? And like no idea how much fucking Ruffalo.
Yeah, Mr. Buffalo Ruffles
would do so
does
well.
A good jobber as that
finding a different line entirely, you know. And in general though, that was also pre-fun because like there was a moment where even the MCU, even when it started like putting this plan together, they didn't realize how important fun was.
Yes.
Right? There was still a moment where like the cool action and the fun tech and CG were like what they would build towards, and they didn't invert the formula until I don't know where the first point was. Robert Downey did a good job for being just charismatic the whole time through, but like they slowly got to realize that no, it's the jokes in between the action that everyone wants to see.
It's characters just kind of
hanging out, having fun moments.
So let me ask you, did you see?
And the thing about that is Joss Whedon is really fucking good at that, right? All of his shows are really about that. They're about the characters hanging out and having fun conversations in between the action.
Did you see Shazam?
I didn't.
So Shazam is that. Like that's the whole movie.
Okay. Dumb Billy Bats.
And that's really what I really
Being a
enjoyed
goofy
about
kid.
it, which is like comic book movies are silly.
Yeah.
It's a silly thing to dress up in a costume and fight evil aliens.
Yeah.
So you should play into the fact that it's silly, and silliness is fun.
Yes.
It makes you smile.
And
it's just that simple.
And the revelation that like this is how you can make people enjoy these wacky, insane settings and premises is how Guardians worked. It's the only reason Guardians could possibly work.
Hey, look, that tree that can barely speak, played by the excellent Vin Diesel, is the most popular character.
Or the simple fact that the way everyone that like did not know about them prior felt seeing that trailer for the first time is how the rest of the world in the movie feels about that team.
What?
Literally, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, it's perfect.
It was great. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we can talk about Endgame after we get through the rest of the podcast.
I would like to say one thing about Endgame, which is something that I saw Jim talking about, Jim Sterling, which is my overall feeling and not quality-wise. That is a movie that was scientifically engineered to give you the most fan service per minute of anything that has ever existed.
And it had to, because it was the finale of a 22 movie saga.
From a like
arguably 23
screenwriting or like whatever perspective, it is fascinating.
It had to. Yeah.
It is like a fucking Rubik's Cube.
Oh, you can see
fan service.
Oh, you can see the beakers boiling.
Oh yeah.
From scene to scene. No question. I got that same feeling playing Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yes.
You know?
And Devil May Cry 5. That's probably
it's the same thing.
Remember when you were playing Devil May Cry 5, you're like, oh man, it'd be cool if they... Oh, they did!
And reading Steel Ball Run.
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Parents got cowboys.
So we'll get into Endgame later on. Game of Thrones, we're still mid-season, but I'll stay vague on the outside enough to say that there is a review that is up on GameSpot about that episode 3 of the final season, and I think that perfectly captures a lot of my feelings. Mm-hmm. In particular, there was a whole lot of action. There was a lot of pretty, but there was also a lot of dark, and cinematography would range between this is terrible to this is really pretty. Mm-hmm. But I have major gripes, and I was massively disappointed with the episode as it went on. And I'm one of the people that is hugely bummed out at the moment, but still waiting to see where the rest of the season goes. So
I don't even know how to respond to this because I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, and that's fine. Yeah. But I'm speaking to those who know.
Yeah, I know, but I have to respond at some point so the conversation can keep going.
I think until I don't want to jump the fucking gun on this and you know, because it's not done yet. I really believe in waiting till it's done. Right? Remember that. Anyway, whatever. We'll get into it later,
I'm eagerly awaiting. So you said it's the final season now?
It's the final season. It's the final season, and we're in the middle of the final season. And
how many episodes? 8?
6.
6. Okay.
And based on unless things change, I think they made a huge misstep.
I feel like the actual events in Game of Thrones are less interesting than the news article we're going to read in 18 months on this podcast, which is George R.R. Martin is at a convention, and when somebody asks him, hey, when's the next book coming out, he says, just watch the fucking show instead.
Yeah.
And then he is violently torn limb from the crowd attendees.
One of my first thoughts last night was, we know George is overseeing this whole season, right? Apparently he's on the set or was on the set while they were filming.
I would hope so.
And was around the whole time. Grum, as he's become affectionately called.
Grum, yes, Grum.
So Grum might just be watching this play out in a Full Metal Alchemist type way, where
I'm not gonna do that one, but I am gonna do that part.
But literally, maybe the reason why we haven't gotten the next book is because he's waiting to see how people react to this shit, and then he's gonna swerve as hard as possible away from it, depending on reactions.
Oh man,
you know. So if he sees it and it goes, ooh, yikes, he's just gonna go and drop that entire manuscript in the trash and go not that way. And use this as a test audience, maybe, you know, and then he gets to in the future go, yeah, I don't know about that shit. That was terrible. My shit's the real thing. And
always was.
And pull a Witcher. You know,
it's everything about that situation's fucking weird.
Galaxy brain, dude. Like when you know,
it's so fucking
use the show to make your book series better by capitalizing.
I kind of expect for him to not even bother. I genuinely do think that that those books are not that they're just gonna not come out.
Nah, man, HBO show. It's just early access, bro. It's just early access.
Oh yeah, and every early access game has come out into full release, huh?
So
there haven't been any patches in a while, man. And every time you bug the dev for updates, he goes, "I'm fucking busy, man."
Well, you know what they do? They're
working on Rust.
If that happens, I'm gonna call that they release the shooting script in the same size and format as the rest of the books, so that your OCD can correctly let you put that on the shelf and fit it in, just like the Harry Potter play.
Oh man.
That extra shit that came out afterwards.
That doesn't count. Fuck off.
It's written by her.
Who cares?
She says it counts.
She says all sorts of shit.
She sure does. Who are we to argue? Can't really say much about it.
You can't. Oh man, I'm so fucked. You can't say the story's over and then later go on to fucking social media to crib notes your own fucking bullshit. It's so fucking dumb.
If J.K. Rowling says that Harry Potter follows Netanyahu on Twitter,
oh man,
then that's canon, and there's
man.
Nothing anyone can do to take that away.
I still think the funniest thing about JK retconning shit in the Harry Potter is that no joke that I have seen has topped the absurdity of the first real one, which is wizards just shit themselves.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's like nothing has topped it in absurdity.
I keep going back to that and trying to figure out if they let the mess happen and then wizard the mess away, or if they put the portal right at the hole.
It's also unclear whether or not they like squat or they just go standing and just... And it's also unclear whether or not they magic it away or just make it invisible. Or
that's what I'm saying,
like,
right?
It's so fucked.
And then it's like, okay, but then even then, why stop at the hole? Like, is it that they're creating a giant like portal hole where the entire butt goes in? Or
why not just magic it out of your intestines?
Exactly, right?
Why
take it to the source?
Do they like it?
If you can create that portal hole, just put that right inside your body, and then it never even gets...
But then where does it go?
Well, wherever the fuck it goes, no matter what. But my point is, if you can put in a magic portal, where in the production process of your body do you put the portal? Do you still...
Colon.
So it'd
have to be at the end of your colon because the colon still absorbs water that you need, or else you would die.
Okay. So it has to actually excrete.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. That's it. Use the Yamato.
Oh no.
to cut a fucking
no.
The demon world is fucking just a whole bunch of human demon turds, Sparta turds going in.
I don't need it.
That's what we need Itsuno telling us about the Devil May Cry world.
Everything's fucking weird.
That's the best.
Social media ruined fiction.
But it's almost like if there wasn't, then she'd be saying that to someone in a coffee shop somewhere, or it would come out in an interview, and
like
then
decades later.
Yeah, and then there'd be a newspaper headline going, "Harry Potter teleports his shits."
Yeah, but Like, it's funny
or
because...
Dumbledore, for that matter.
Well, did you remember, let's say, high school English class, and it doesn't matter what the fuck. Say they gave you Catcher in the Rye or some bullshit, right? And they're like, what do you think the author meant by the fact that the sun was setting through these windows? And your fucking teacher would overanalyze all this fucking bullshit or whatever. Because J.D. Salinger was fucking dead, right? And existed fucking, like, what was there, newspapers? They interviewed him a couple times, like, oh, your book sucks.
Oh, you mean Holden Caulfield was intended to be a character that you don't admire?
Oh, I fucking hope so, because he's a piece of shit. Right? But now, with the advent of our wondrous technology, you can go to J.D. Salinger and be like, nah, I based it off my shithead brother. He's a crack addict.
Right.
Done. Literary work ruined forever.
We talked about Tyler Durden already in the past.
Man, Tyler's a hero. He's the greatest. Man, I want to be just like Tyler Durden. What do you think, Chuck? I'm gonna say it again. If you idolize Tyler Durden, you got the wrong message from that story.
Yeah, but you've also never seen a cool film that has someone yell at you, "You're not your fucking cockies," while the film shakes like crazy. It's so edgy. It's cool. You've never seen that effect before.
I've never seen it.
You have no defense against it.
I can't. It's infiltrating my brain.
All right. Yeah, you need defense against the dark arts, man. What are you gonna do? The Game of Thrones thing. I was gonna say just yeah. It's a low point, and you know what? I'll wait. I won't say any more than that. I'll just say that.
Oh, that sounds dire.
I'll just say that.
Like a wolf, am I right? Game of Thrones. I'm trying, man.
Yeah. Really pretty shots though, and one thing's for sure, you can see the money.
Yeah.
The budget counter definitely was rolling, but it's hilarious because like every time a show starts out and it doesn't have that infinity budget yet, you always get, everyone kind of forgets, because especially in a show where it's more about the politics than it is about these wars, but like you forget about, well, I don't forget, but I remember the how bad some of the early war scenes were, in fact, including episodes where they cut away from the war because they didn't have the budget to show you it.
Well, I need you to do something for me. You need to go back and watch Season 1, Episode 2, 1989 of Star Trek The Next Generation. A fucking TV episode that is embarrassing on many levels, but holy shit, that first season looks like crap.
Yeah.
It looks like crap.
The first place my brain goes with this is the show Rome, which is about the Roman Empire.
Yes.
And Julius Caesar and history.
The grandest ancient city to ever exist.
And every time you'd have to cut to a battle, we just move the camera up to the sky after we hire a bunch of extras to stand there because it's too fucking expensive.
It's pretty expensive.
And then in the end, like, it's an otherwise good show, but it just can't afford these battles, and then they just run out of money. And then the show's stuck being filmed between like 4 rooms.
Yeah, it was good.
Anyway,
TV's awful. Just get rid of TV.
I mean, I don't disagree. Like, if we
abolish TV.
Like,
honestly, I think that the line between TV and film has gotten really weird, because I saw people talking about the runtime of those Game of Thrones episodes, and I'm like, those are movies.
Mm-hmm. It was 1 hour and 20 last night.
It's like a season of movies.
Yes, this is exactly what's
weird.
Happening. Yeah.
That, right? I'm not crazy. That's really weird.
But that's where we're at, though. Especially since, TV, like, Game of Thrones was one of the shows that, like, kind of brought the prestige back to the small screen in a way. The idea that, like, Hollywood actors that were too big for TV are now willing to do Netflix things. Because, you know, the Before it was all about the Academy, but now it's like, actually, you can tell a really good story in the course of a couple of seasons if each episode is an hour.
I'm trying not to fucking throw up at the noise that is coming out of the people you're talking about, which is the film, like, oh my god, just fucking go fuck yourselves.
No, it honestly, it takes a show like a Breaking Bad to come along and kind of go like, hey,
that Malcolm in the Middle guy made a bunch of you Hollywood fuckers look like amateurs.
You want to spend some time slowly building a character? All right, let's do it. We got a couple seasons to go. Let's end it when it's time to end it. There was a fucking article that came out going, Endgame and Game of Thrones prove that audiences love endings. And I'm just like, I can't do this right now. I can't. Conclusions are good, and things that keep on going, like Homeland and whatever, and franchises that refuse to stop making
The Simpsons,
whatever, you know,
nothing's gonna top
are trailing off. And whereas the things that people are talking about now are these conclusive payoffs, and it's like, it's almost like, it's almost like closure and a sense of, you know,
closure's a fantastic feeling if you have an emotional investment
or a plan.
Yes. Also, that being said, the biggest trick that Avengers Endgame, it's got end in the title. Like, fucking thumbs up, idiots.
The last movie says the word like 3 times.
Yeah.
Like, there's multiple moments, including the most obvious one, where Doctor Strange goes, "We're in the end game now." He almost, but the trailer,
the big end game now.
The title of the movie was not announced at that time.
Yeah, it wasn't.
At the time, it was just Infinity War Part 2,
and they were like, "We can't tell you; it'll be a big spoiler."
But right, like, he almost could have looked at the camera when he said that, like, "We're in the end game now."
So the funniest part about it is that it's like Avengers Endgame is the end of the MCU. Spider-Man comes out in a couple months as part 1 of Phase 5.
Feige said, though, that he could argue that it's the 23rd movie.
Whatever. Like,
it's clearly debatable.
This is the end of the Infinity War thing. They're not going to make a shit zillion dollars and then go, okay, guys, we did it. We told every story that don't build up to anything ever again.
Yeah, I think what makes more sense is, as much as, like, it wraps up and then we've got Far From Home coming out, it would make much more sense to start it after this point. But when you know that we're going to get, if you think we're going to get a clean start, it's not going to be that, right?
No.
Like, the new saga is still going to have leftovers.
Of course.
Because we know that Doctor Strange 2 and Black Panther 2 are coming.
Yeah.
Those are part of the new thing. Therefore, the new thing is not that new.
And now everything that happens after that will be part of the saga, so that at one point, 12 movies away, we can have an end credit scene where somebody says the word mutant once.
Maybe.
Right? Like,
maybe. There's also a bunch of TV shows coming.
Yeah, I bet.
A bunch.
Yeah.
There's a rumor.
I wish they had held off on some of those announcements.
Yeah. But there's like literally a rumored whatchamacallit, Falcon and Winter Soldier movie. There's a Loki thing that they announced.
Well, let's not go too deep into those before we get to the thing, because I feel like Marvel spoiled their own shit.
But they announced shows, whatever. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so yeah, well, how was your week? What's up? What'd you do?
I bought a cube.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the photos of the cube?
I saw you enabling memes.
Oh yeah, so I like to enable memes. Whenever I post a stupid picture of myself or whatever,
yep,
somebody makes a transparent fucking version of it within, like, I want to say, an hour.
Yeah.
And then instead of just like giving that a like, I post that. I'm go for it, idiots.
Yeah, no, you are Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And you are taking a selfie saying, "Meme me."
Put an anime girl behind me.
New meme?
Yeah, new meme. Who
meme?
This? Is it me?
Put on 2 winter hats.
I'm gonna cannibalize something Plague said and put my own twist on it, because he accuses me of this. And you know what? Fuck it. You know what the best part about memes is? me.
There you go.
You can't spell memes without me.
There you go.
What's up? But okay, so I've been complaining about mouse and keyboard setups forever, and you have had your own abominable progression
Foibles.
into.
I've got a little lapboard thing too.
By the way, I watched
drawing.
like some of your Apex stream. I don't know how you don't lose your mind with the UI going crazy like that. Like you, for whatever reason, you're able to just put it out of your mind, like the button prompts going nuts.
I mean, Overwatch early was the worst of it.
Yeah.
I got used to that. In this case, it really only changes when you're switching through a menu.
Yeah.
In game, you're not seeing anything.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually make a difference.
Right. But like, you know, I'm just like, I don't have it. Like I'm on a little couch cushion with the mouse. This doesn't work. So somebody recommended to me again. It's been recommended to me a dozen times now. What's called a Couch Master. Now, if you go
official
to the
name of the product.
that is the official name of the product, and on top of that, if you go to so it's on Amazon. It's wildly overpriced. It's like $200. And you go to the product page. Oh, man, everything about it. It wants you to love it so bad, you big gamer man. Because, like, the old version, the new version's all black. The old version was black and what I am now terming gamer red. Well, you are familiar with the shade of red I am describing. The shade of red that is on every fucking Asus laptop.
Yeah.
The shade of red that comes off everyone's LEDs.
The one that's more or less crimson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was gamer, and the rest were gamer red. Well, this one's all black. Okay, so in the promo shots, they got a little energy drink in the side. You know what energy drink that is? Gamer.
Got it.
Gamer energy drink.
Important.
You know what's branded at the top of that fucking lapboard portion? A proud product by Nerdy Tech.
Oh, yeah.
This thing is disgusting to touch and look at from like a... And that's
does it come with a sponsor gamer jersey with your name on the back?
I fucking wish.
And a fucking headset?
So that's why I went in so hard and just called it a gamer cube, because fuck it.
Did you rise up?
I rose up and my lower half of my body disappeared.
And you became MODOK.
Now that being said, Paige came downstairs and looked at me in that shit, and she laughed and laughed and laughed. 'Cause yeah, you look like a MODOK in that shit. Everyone looks like a MODOK in that shit. In the promo image, try so hard they have it shot from the side, and it's a cool, handsome man in it, and his fucking hot girlfriend is like lounging over one of the armrests and like toying with it, and it's like, ha, gamer. And it's like they're trying so hard to fucking get away from the fact that you're just creating your own Star Trek fucking workstation.
But let me guess, it works.
And then it's better than my old computer desk.
Yeah, okay.
It is easily the best mouse keyboard solution I have ever used, including most desk setups.
So does it not move by resting on your couch and or lap?
So the way that it works is that you have two big ass styrofoam leather encased, fake leather encased rectangles that are fairly high. They go about, I want to say they're like 8 to 10 inches high, right? And they're wide. They're rectangles, but squares on the end, right? Those sit on either waist, right?
Yep.
And then on top of that, you place the lapboard portion, which is a big, pretty fucking heavy, super wide, like heavy plastic, like keyboard holder that is wide enough to hold a full-size keyboard and a full-size mouse pad on it. And it's heavy enough that when you, and the cushions are sturdy enough that when you place them down, you snuggle yourself in and you push it down, it's not going anywhere. It's steady. It's heavier, like the lapboard part is heavier than some of our sticks.
So it's what's keeping it from moving?
Gravity.
And what is
weight?
Okay, but what is it? What is the bottom of the shape resting on?
The bottom of the shape is resting on your couch.
Okay. It's not like going down to the floor.
No. It's two cushions
your lap.
sitting to either side of your legs
Yeah.
on your couch.
Okay.
And the main thing that's keeping it there is the fact that they're like sturdy and they have wide bases, and the keyboard and mouse portion is heavy as shit.
But if you bounce in your couch, the couch cushion's going to move, which will move the table.
It has,
you can't put a drink on that thing.
Not only can you put a drink on it, there's a little drink holder.
Okay, will it tightly fasten into the thing?
No, it doesn't tightly fasten it. Remember, it's like when you take the keyboard part off, the cushions are free floating cushions.
Yeah.
Right? But when you put it on, it's heavy enough that it just locks it down.
Okay, so the weight helps counterbalance a lot of the instability.
The weight makes it like it's the kind of thing where I bump my knee against it because I like to sit with one foot under my knee.
Right.
And it just bumps like a half inch and then goes poof, like it is solid.
Okay, when you're sitting you do your little weird fucking cross-legged like fit into the couch seating thing. But if you're sitting with your knees going off the chair and going down to the floor normally, there's room.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's got clearance.
Okay.
And I've used it for about a week now. It's stellar. Paige not only used it, she used it on one of her Dead by Daylight streams and like noted improvement and all. Like it is a actual solution to mouse and keyboard on your couch.
Okay.
Like I've used a Corsair lap board. I've used numerous cushions around my place. I've used an armrest. I was even looking at like getting those wooden fucking mousing surfaces that you slap on the armrest that's wider. But the biggest problem with all of that shit is that the height of your arm wildly varies depending on your couch. And at certain weird angles, like it fucks your shoulder. It's no good. This thing, it's good.
Adjustable height?
No, not adjustable height. But it's the right place for like if you were sitting
for your couch.
No, because your ass is going to be at the same level as the fucking bottom of the cushion, which means the height of it will be similar to you sitting at a desk.
Okay.
It's good. It's so overpriced.
How much was it?
It's $200.
Okay.
That's Canadian, so it's like $160 USD.
And you have to find a place to put it after.
No, why would you wait? What do you mean?
Well, does it break apart?
It's 3 pieces. It's 2 cushions and a big plastic like lap board. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like if I want to switch my whole cushions back, I just
do you put it on? You put it under the couch, I guess.
No, I have a big fucking coffee table, so I have a spot for it, so I just plop
it on that.
And it's so like the lap board part is so heavy that if you have one of the cushions to the left, you can literally just put the whole lap board and keyboard and your mouse on the cushion, and it will stay locked there. Not like physically, but like the gravity will weigh it down and won't move. So I usually end up doing that.
Wait, you could put a cushion down.
No. There's 2 cushions.
Yeah.
So when I get up, I just take the big lap board part and then put it on the left cushion.
Yeah.
Even though like 30% of it reaches across like over nothing.
Yeah.
But the keyboard side is the heavier side.
So it
weighs
balanced.
it down onto the cushion and it just balances.
Okay, so it's not, you don't have to open up a gamer gate of some kind to then get up and walk away from.
So it's like,
bathroom.
Wooly, it's the kind of thing. Do you look like an asshole? Boy, do you look like the stupidest fucking gamer asshole ever. It's like, but it's bad. It's really bad, but it's really effective, and I can't even think of anything that I've even seen that would be as comfortable. I would rather sit in this thing than sit at like a proper computer desk.
Wow.
And the problem is that like you would too, but you have to look like an asshole. And you feel like an asshole because you see it, and you
are an asshole.
Yeah, you are. But it works. What do you value? What's your value?
Like, I can tell you right off the bat that like I have days where there's like 4 people on that couch for
No, that's not going to work.
Purposes, and that's just a problem.
Yeah.
I have very few days where, like, I'm actually, like, outside, like, I'll pick a game where the keyboard and mouse matters to me.
Yeah.
But most of the time it doesn't.
Yeah. No, same thing for me.
You know?
But I also...
But you have way more PC game, like,
the vast majority
going.
of my library is on the PC. But not even that. It's like my computer is also my living room media hub. And my TV is my primary internet browser. And, you know, like, that is the...
I've gotten comfortable with just like the couch normal version of that for browsing purposes.
Yeah.
Like it's the only games I can think of where it really matters are FPS games and RTS games.
Yeah.
Of which I don't play very many of them.
That's correct. Yeah.
You know. So it's
a
really temporary
you'll never
solution.
Go back to being a rube. Nailed it.
Yeah. And I'm just looking and I'm like, I'd have to fucking put that somewhere and...
Oh, it's a pain in the ass.
You know?
And it's big.
Like, for the few times that I'm in the mood for this thing or that thing, and that's it. You know? It's like...
it's terrible. It'll ruin your life. But it's good.
Yeah.
That's...
Why not
of those things...
Why not just attach the desk to your gut, right? Just create some sort of shirt with the detachments... so that you can fit right in there like a nice, like, rubber ducky style, like...
Listen, Wooly, if I didn't have to come here on Mondays, okay, that'd be one thing. But I do have to leave the house, so I can't staple myself into the apparatus just yet. All right?
You know, now what I would be legit curious to see is, like, you're saying that there's a notable improvement in terms of how it feels. Is there a notable improvement in terms of gameplay?
Night and day.
Yeah?
Night and day.
Have you played it like an FPS game?
Absolutely.
You loaded up Apex?
I loaded up Apex. I'm like, oh, well, if I decide to go back to playing this game, it's on PC now.
Huh.
Period. There's no... For anything, like, it is absolute night and day. And the number one reason is because now I have a big fucking wide mousing surface for the map. Because, I'm using a fucking cushion that's the size of this fucking armrest over here.
Yeah.
Normally. And that's fine for browsing the internet. Or even playing a Pillars of Eternity RPG or whatever. But it's dog shit for doing shooty clickies. You need a fucking 14-inch wide mouse surface. And now I have one. It's at the right height.
And where did this recommendation come from?
People in Twitch chat and Twitter over the past like couple months actually. And then the kicker was when I was like, I don't know. And then I sent it to Paige. I'm like, should I do this? She said, you should fucking do it. Do it, you pussy. I'm like, all right. The worry of the girl will think you are a loser. Oh, right. She already thinks that, so it's fine. It's fine.
I did see that you caught the attention of one Sunhai legend, or Sunhee legend, the godlike gif maker of Twitter. And that was pretty amazing.
That shit needs the soundtrack to Brody Quest on it. And then it's complete. That made me really happy. My favorite thing about my Couchmaster is not that I am enjoying it or it's making me enjoy my video games more. It's a post from our Reddit going, oh my god, that thing looks so comfortable, but I can't buy it. I just can't. I can't see myself sitting in that fucking thing. I can't deal with it. I look like such an asshole. Good for you, Pat, for not giving a shit that you look like the biggest asshole that's ever existed. Holy shit. You're so pathetic. What a hero. And I'm like, yeah.
I mean, it's not truly complete until you're rolling around on one of those Walmart chairs, you know, with the lab Couchmaster, Gamer Master on the top part of it.
So now that I'm bought in, I'm thinking that I'm gonna start acquiring ironic gamer merchandise.
Because I mean, look, you get the fucking gamer booster chair, you get the booster seat going.
So,
and then you put that on Walmart wheels.
I wanna
and get a laptop, and then your fucking gamer cube on the go.
So I wanna point out the genesis of me deciding to put that photo out there because I was nervous. I didn't know if I wanted to put the clean rip.
The facial expression you're making, it says...
Whatever. No. So I took the photo and I sent it to 3 different people. And within 60 seconds, all 3 sent me back the same Google image search of a kid in a high chair.
Okay.
Without any comment.
Yeah.
And I went, well, now I have to do it.
Yeah.
I have to do it because baby needs his high chair.
There you go.
That's, you
see a branding opportunity, you fucking take it.
If, some people get to be cool. Other people get to MODOK in their baby chair.
No. Embrace garbage. Embrace trash. Absolutely.
I have to. It's what I got. It's where I came from.
Get your gamer spoon to open up and use your
What does the gamer spoon contain? Like
I'm just
gamer gruel?
Well, at this point, gamer formula, really. You mix your gamer formula up, and then you feed it to you with the gamer spoon, and you've got the gamer bib going.
Oh no!
Oh no! You got a little gamer rattle.
Oh no! I already have a gamer rattle. This is my Red Bull can with the tab broken off, sitting in the center.
Perfect.
Oh man! I don't know why that reminded me. Did I tell you about the assholes of my recent movie-going experiences? Did I tell you what happened to the fucking Shazam showing that I went to?
No.
Fucking assholes are coming up the side of the movie started. It's going. And assholes coming up one of the aisles with their fucking phone out and the flashlight on doing this, like going over the people in the thing.
Wow.
And people are like, turn off your fucking phone.
Wow.
We're looking for our friend. Fuck off. Turn off. Like a full minute before. And they ended up leaving the theater.
That's amazing.
Because they couldn't find their friend. And that was Shazam. And then at Endgame, me and my pal Dan sit down. We're sitting. We got all the way at the back of the theater, top row, middle seats. I'm so happy. And then there's one seat next to me. It's empty. There's like 3 or 4 guys to our right. Right? Nice looking man and his nice looking girlfriend come and they go, hey, buddy, to the guy to my right. Well, this empty seat's mine, but my girlfriend's supposed to sit in this one. He goes, no, this is our seat. He goes, I have my ticket. He had his tickets in his hand. He's like, no, it's this number.
Yep.
It's this number. And he goes, no. He goes, okay. Yep. And he leaves to go to leave. And as soon as he does that, and as soon as it becomes clear he's not going to find a different seat, he's going oh no, it's fine. Okay. Yep. And they all move over one. And they sit down. I go, what the fuck is he thinking? He's like, I don't know. This is my seat. He's like, okay, well, fine.
Yep.
That little gripe that you have, that gripe moment you have between people at a theater.
Yep.
10 minutes go by. Movie's about to start. 4 people from the right side show up and go, hey.
Yep.
These are our seats. No, they're not.
Yep.
Yeah, no. We have our... fought and they all just go
Yep.
And they saunter down to get to the all the way right side of the dead first row in the pit at the bottom of the theater because every seat is sold. And I look over the guy next to me and I go, what did they fucking think was gonna happen? Did they think that 5 or 6 different people on opening night were gonna go, okay, I guess you're right, that wasn't my seat,
pieces of shit
and fucking peace thinking, out,
Pat. Pieces of shit aren't thinking, they're just doing because life is giving them the opportunity, and there's a social contract that everybody operates under that they don't think applies to them because it doesn't feel good. It's really simple.
It's like people are gonna show up for these seats you've
Yeah,
taken,
but
dumbass.
I don't care because I want to watch the movie.
But then you're gonna get kicked the fuck out, you dumb idiot.
Well, that doesn't matter. I want to just. I don't know. Fuck him.
Oh
me.
man.
Fuck you, me.
And see, that's the part where I get disappointed is that they moved over. I would have like my kingdom for a fucking theater altercation, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's like you're either because when you encounter that, you're either getting someone that dumb,
yeah,
or you're getting someone that's like willing to go criminal.
Yeah,
you don't know which it's gonna be.
It's like, and I'm a little bit over to the side, so it's just all it's an extra show for me, but it didn't happen.
Yeah,
the
assigned theater seat is a nice example of just when and how often expectations that someone will just like it's really simple. All you have to do is kind of show up, turn your phone off, and not really say anything while it's going on. It's not hard.
That's it.
Also, don't bring a baby with you. Like it's really
don't bring
simple.
your baby.
But
no, this baby's good. No, shut up. Don't bring your baby.
That's too challenging for a lot of people. You know, it really is, and it's kind of like. That whole thing about, at first, hearing about the Alamo Drafthouse and all those like high expensive elite theaters was like, oh yes, go sit in your fucking tower, your ivory movie theater tower in the sky.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of like, no, this is where we can get a normal movie experience.
Yeah, these extra accoutrements have been made just to get it back to what should be normal.
That like, I don't need the couch, I don't need the food. I really would pay.
They're nice.
I would just pay for the level of shut the fuck up and stick your seat.
I just want a movie theater with bouncers on every row.
That's it. That's literally it. Doesn't matter. The rest doesn't matter. The rest is gravy. I'm paying for the service of just shut the fuck up, turn the thing off, watch it. You know, and there's no in between ground on it because like theater experiences require a crowd. Like if you really hate it, you'll just always watch movies at home. Some things are better in a crowd.
But sometimes you get a shit crowd. Sometimes you get a
shit crowd. Yeah,
I don't think there's ever going to be a crowd that was as good as the one that we saw Grindhouse during.
That was the best crowd. That was a really strong crowd. Came for understood every moment. Was there for the reason. Yeah. I mean, the crowd that you get on opening night is generally going to be the crowd that cares the most about the material. Yeah. Right. Or unless it's the Tuesday right after, in which case, God have mercy on your soul. Because that just comes down to pure economics, and let's take all the kids out for a cheap movie night because we got 5 of them, and we're not paying $30 for every kid to get in here. So, like, Tuesday nights are the worst.
Hey man, I can spend the money I would have spent on this movie getting high before the movie.
Yeah,
thanks, bro.
No, I've had a couple years go by in between, like. Oh, all the friends are going out to watch a movie on a Tuesday, and every time I walk out, I always go never again, and that never again lasts a couple years until I forget.
The last time I saw a movie on a Tuesday was 8 years ago.
Smart.
And it was I forget what it was. It was a Marvel movie actually, and I almost got into a fist fight because the guy next to me just would not shut the fuck up the whole time. Like loud, like I'm like, and I was like, dude, be quiet. And he like got up out of his chair and was like, you want to go? And it's like, all right. I missed 10-15 minutes of the movie because I had to go get security. It's like, hey, this dumb motherfucker next to me is like trying to like threatening to kick my ass because he won't shut the fuck up.
But not just me, me and my friends are watching. So it's got to be like 200% me because I've got to really back up the fact that all the bullshit I make up all the time is real.
Oh my God, it's so like...
Me, bro. Yeah. I suspect at some point we're going to get headphone slots. I imagine that'll happen at some point.
I would never trust putting my headphone... cable. Wait, no, you can't get headphone slots anymore. Headphones don't use cables.
Oh yeah, headphones are dead. All right, so connect to the Bluetooth. Like your 3D glasses have a little fucking over the ear.
You know what? Fuck it. I don't even care. The D-box row should be encased in glass.
Yeah, sure. Just Sure, why not?
Fuck it.
Yeah, with flaming pikes on the edge.
Shut up. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Once the movie starts, remember, turn your phone off. Don't be a Susie seat kicker. And D-box, cha-chink, with the fucking blades. Like,
oh man,
100%. Yeah, on a moat.
It's
just to keep the riffraff out of the D-box.
It's so bad.
And you know what? And fuck it. Take that entire D-box throw and just elevate it a little bit so that whoever's behind you gets fucked. Like, too bad. You're not in the D-box.
So while we've been talking about this,
bemoan your station in life.
I've been seeing a lot of people talk in the chat about apparently how in a lot of places in the U.S. those assigned seating just doesn't exist.
As in, they do it, but no one cares?
No,
they just don't do it. Yeah.
Like outside of special events.
Yeah.
And I remember when assigned seating started here. It was originally just for the IMAX shows.
Exactly.
And
then it was IMAX
just
and 3D.
for the Super AVX shit.
Yeah.
And is now everything. And
now it's
like,
always assigned.
Christ, does it solve so many fucking problems.
Yeah.
The amount of fucking... I remember going to Disney movies with my family, with my mom and dad, my brother and sister, and just having the fucking asshole that had like 3 coats. I'm like, no.
Of course.
No, the whole row.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you, bitch. It's not the whole row.
Dude, at PAX, I was going to eat dinner at fucking, or lunch rather. And like, in that crowded cafeteria area, and this one stupid fucking kid is just sitting there on his phone. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit down here. And he's like, I'm used the tables, and I'm like, okay. And like, I grab a little stool kind of next to it. And I sit there and begin and finish my entire meal and watch as various other people walk up, have the same interaction, find other, like, literally complete their meals. And then like 25 minutes goes by. And I'm like also taking a break. So I'm like, after I finish my meal, I'm like, let me just like,
I'm gonna chill.
And watch as no one comes.
Do you tag back in?
Nothing goes on. No, and I was like, do I just point out to this dude that he's a piece of shit? And I was like, nah, fuck it.
Oh, come on.
I didn't.
Come on, it's fun.
I decided not to.
It's fun. Because you're so right.
But like, you're just sitting there and you're like pushing away everybody, and it's like, dude, like, either you're, and then he starts doing the thing while everyone's staring at him, where he starts looking up and around to see if they're coming around the corner, kind of
good.
thing.
I like that.
And for a half second, I'm like, are you just lying and you're nervous and you need a lot of space? So you're just making up a lie so that you'll have space? Because I feel like you might just be making something up because you just want space.
That's the fucking out of the house, like, restaurant equivalent or food court equivalent of like ordering 5 pizzas and like turning to your empty house going, hey guys, the pizzas are all here. I got some for everybody. And then you're like, yeah, it's a big party happening back there. It's a lot of,
there's a Reddit post of some comic shop that just showing you a stack of theater of fucking movie tickets and just going like, guys, we finally did it. We bought out the entire theater for one screening of Endgame.
Yeah.
And if you come on down to our shop and spend at least X dollars on t-shirts and comics, you get a free entrance to Endgame.
All right.
So come to the screening, and hey, like we won't be selling out the first couple rows, so it's like good seats only.
All right.
And just fucking scalping the entire movie theater.
Yeah. Because
that's what they decided to do. Just like, pieces of shit will be pieces of shit, man. There's not much you can,
You can point at them.
You can. Probably should have, but I didn't. I was like,
So you get a, like, because you're like a big guy. You don't have to worry about like them going like crazy in most situations.
No, not really. I mean, again, it's, well, anyway, yes, but no. Because also, when you're in another country, you never know.
Yeah. Also, I've seen a lot of people fight hobos back in my grocery store days. The real worry is the bite.
Oh, that's bad.
And anyone of any strength level can bite you. And a human bite is a nightmare.
Well, honestly, you say that, but that's not the real worry. That's actually a practical one that you never really think about.
Hidden syringes.
Spit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't really anticipate that, but that happens often enough.
Yeah.
And that's a bad one.
You know what has a lot
really
of spit
bad
in
one.
it? Human bite.
Yeah. True.
You ever hear of a fight bite?
No.
It's when you punch somebody in the mouth and you fuck up and you bite yourself with their face. Like, you punch them in the mouth in such a way that you cause the bite to happen to you. It used to happen with bare knuckle boxers. You could get your hand amputated from that shit because our mouths are so fucking toxic.
Fuck. Okay. Well, anyway, assigned seating is great.
Yeah,
but
don't have to bite nobody to get your good seat.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, like,
Oh, man.
admittedly, there can probably come a time, like we'll see how things shape up, because we got from no assigned seating to assigned seating. There could come a point where it's like, sit down in the seat, beep your fucking thing on a little light next to you, and it turns a little light green, so that anyone walking by can just make sure that the light's green. And if they don't see a green light, they go get the fuck out.
I just realized that there is one downer to assigned seating, and it's probably just for theaters, because back in the day, you'd get your ticket. If you got there late, guess what? You're in the pit.
Yeah.
Now, when you get to look at that IMAX row, and you're like, nobody even bothers to buy those pit tickets.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. And lineups don't matter.
Yeah. I went to Endgame. I fucking showed up at like 9:40 for a 10:15 show.
Lineups don't matter anymore.
Walked in, navigated the crowd, went to the bathroom.
I remember every theater in the main Montreal theaters that we know, we've sat on the ground
3 hours, 4 hours.
each one of those at
just to get a
various
decent
times.
seat.
Yeah.
And then you still get a kind of shitty seat. You just don't get the pit.
They solved it, man. And if you exactly, you take a look at the screening and you just go like, nah, because I still to this day, like, I don't remember where my seats have been in movies for at least like almost a decade now, right? Like, I really don't remember, but I fully remember where my seat was for Kill Bill, because I was down in the second row on the extreme right, and it made the movie going experience beyond worthless.
I forget what movie it was, but I was in a similar seat, but I was actually in the pit. It was one of the X-Men movies. Looking up, and it was 3D. And
yeah,
I was like, this is worse than just staying at home. Like, this is the worst thing that has ever happened.
And the stupid thing about that is, from what I've been told at the very least, they're not supposed to do that, because the film, like, they're given
there's a viewing angle on
there's
it.
a viewing angle that they're given that your theater is supposed to adhere to. Yeah.
Who gives a shit?
Right. And so, but they're like, we can cram extra seats in here. It's like, yeah, you're like, literally, the theater is not supposed to do that, So, yeah, I should have walked out of Kill Bill, but I didn't. I just went to go see it again,
Yeah.
But the first time, it was an audiobook to me, and it like, I will never forget that. So it's just, just get rid of those chairs, because there's really no point to even being there.
I'd rather fucking watch a movie in a fucking airplane seat than in the fucking pit.
Put the babies in the pit. Make it soundproof.
Are we talking about movies, or are we just talking about...
All right. Anything else?
Played some Dragon Quest XI, some Prey. Nothing new to say about those things. They're good. They're very good.
You play Dragon Quest?
I played this one, because this one's good.
Did you have to leave your job as a salaryman to take the day off to get as much in there?
I did. That's my day off game.
Has that formula changed much, or is it still more or less?
It's aggressively unchanged. It's like, there is one interesting thing to say about that. It is like classic to the extreme, to the point where it reminds me about like Shining. It had similarities to Shining Force from like '92, because you save at a church and it plays a little jingle. Like, it's overtly stupid classic. And in some ways that's like, really, oh, that's nice. But it has one feature that like made me like question what RPGs even are. And it has the persona system where you can have like AI routines for your characters, but you can give it to your main character too.
So it plays itself.
So you can have every single character in your party on Fight Wisely. And they do. And they fight probably better than you or I know, because they know, the AI knows when an attack will kill an enemy outright. And the regular random ass battles, I mean, they're not that tough. So I'm just going through a dungeon and the game is playing itself, and I played like 4 or 5 hours, and then I was like, what am I doing? What is this?
It's Progress Quest?
Is this a game?
You're literally just playing Progress Quest.
Because but I'm thinking like I could just set it to manual, but it's slower and I'm not getting much out of just going through the motions because I know how to do all these RPG battles.
You're pathing your way through a dungeon.
And the boss fights are tough enough that I'm switching to manual control and doing all those, but it's like, and I'm like, what is like this ancient form of RPG, right? The turn-based classic. I'm like, were these automated back in the day? Just you were the automated one?
Yes. And in fact, I would argue that even as late in the game as Persona 5, it's still that. Because
it's just more complication to automate.
New enemy, you don't know what its weakness is. What do?
Yeah. Test out every fucking attack till
Reflect,
you find the weakness.
Strong against.
Yeah.
Weakness found. Now what?
Did you ever play SMT4 or SMT4 Apocalypse where you get the fucking auto battle augment?
I played 4.
Okay, did you get the auto battle augment?
I don't remember.
It's this.
Yeah.
It just if weaknesses are known, it just slams them with it.
Otherwise,
and gets press turn.
Test until you find it.
And I'm like,
then you're doing the automatic fight wisely.
Yeah.
But
and
you're
like,
just it's just making you move your fingers to do it.
Is this a clicker?
Yeah.
Does that matter?
There's a chance you might get a miss or a crit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you're just doing it.
Is ATB even structurally different enough? What are RPGs?
This is it. This is the game. Exactly.
It's like, and this isn't even a diss. I was very happy and enjoyed myself.
Yeah, I get it.
But I'm like, am I watching what is this?
And then grinding is just doing that over an extended period of time.
It's very relaxing
until the number goes up slightly. And as we all know, min is
you look at computer RPGs like the CRPGs, the ones that are D&D ish based. And you're like, well, there's a lot of like synergy stuff in that, a lot of positioning. It's like, is that because there's rules. There's Alpha Strike rules and there's encounter rules.
The most complexity and difficulty almost comes in when the RPG gives you too many choices. Yeah. So like there's multiple optimal ways to fight against the thing. So, like, we're playing, say, like, FF10, or, for example, and you're fighting a boss, and it's like, oh, you can just keep hitting it with one of these summons. Yeah. But it's like, or you could just bring in the fucking Ronzo and then use his particular ability and then defend your... Like, you there's different ways to do it efficiently, but you really only just can kind of stick with one. Yeah. And if there's a weakness system involved, then, like, why would you ever do anything else? You know? So, like, yeah, bosses are puzzles you have to kind of solve.
Yeah.
But the rest of the game is just
it's weird, man.
Pretty automated. That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, I also played...
Weapon triangle?
Yeah, I don't like the weapon triangle. I don't care for it. I also played MK11.
Yeah.
You play MK11?
No.
That story's terrible.
Is it?
It's really bad.
Worse than 11? Worse than 10?
Much.
Damn. 10 was worse than 9.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Every time they get away from a tournament... By the way, there's no tournament in this again.
Was 9 a fluke?
Yeah. Maybe, and people said the Injustice 2 story mode was actually really good. And,
it was
one's was pretty decent.
So the first one was the best one, and they fluked into it because it was the first time anyone tried that shit.
The story is, I streamed the whole thing, and people can go back and watch. And every like 10 minutes was, why don't you just X? Or, but didn't you do, like, it is, okay, Wooly, you said this many years ago on the podcast, and it was a problem with fighting game stories. Ugh, I hate masks. El Fuerte, you're wearing a mask. I'm gonna kill you. That's the entire MK11 story mode. And they don't use the time travel shit very well at all. They really don't. It has... characters get ruined in this story mode. And I'm gonna. Hey, Wooly, who'd you really like in MKX?
I liked Kotal Khan.
Were you slightly disappointed by his role in the story?
Well, Chad is yelling Kotal Jobber at me.
You need to strap the fuck in. That character is ruined forever.
I mean, Nikali got fucking jobbed too, so my choices are always fucking completely worthless in the end.
Like ruined. Like he sucks now. I don't like him anymore after the events of this story.
Wow.
I
mean, he was kind of really dumb at the end of the last game anyway.
There's no... Like, if you don't care, I'll just tell you later, but...
No, I'm going to play it.
It's bad.
I'm going to play it.
Ronda Rousey is the worst voice actor in a game with good voice acting ever.
That's unfortunate. She
is so terrible that I don't like Sonya anymore.
I did see a Twitter clip that was pretty not great.
She is so bad. And on top of that, Sonya does one or two really, really like stupid, awful things with the flattest, shittiest delivery ever that like Sonya sucks now.
It was a strange cast considering she's not a voice actor.
Nope. She's a fighter that loses.
I mean, if you wanted to do mocap or like, 3D scan or something along those lines, then you have a lot more to go on. But as a voice actor, that's not her forte.
Yeah. Also, the time travel. Oh man, you know what's really good? You saw Endgame, right? Remember when they were really clear about what the rules of certain
time travel
things are?
You gotta explain your time travel system, and you gotta elaborate on a couple things, because every time you touch time travel, like it leaves a million problems. And the first one is, where does the camera go?
Yeah,
the camera's choice to stick with somebody is what determines the timeline.
What if we had a time travel story in which no aspects of the time travel story were ever consistent or made any sense at all?
That was a mistake.
Yeah, I know. That's why I specifically didn't say time travel. Oops.
I'll fix this in post.
Fix that part also.
Yes. Let me write this down.
That's a thumbs up.
Shit. I'm really sorry. This is the mistake of live recording, of course. If this was still back in the old days.
No, I was talking about MKX.
If this was still back in the old days, then we could just
fix it.
Literally release the version that's fixed, and you guys would never have to deal with this. But when we're live, this is what happens.
I'm really smart. Everyone bow in awe of my smartness in my cube.
Did you dance around it? I didn't catch.
Slightly.
I didn't pick up what
I was talking about.
My brain was just following the conversation.
I was talking about MK11's time travel story, and I went, remember in Endgame where they're very clear about the rules of certain things. And like,
that's...
I know, but it's as much as I could possibly dance, right?
You should have just dodged it entirely.
Yeah, I set you up to fail.
Come on.
That's not fair. All right. Well, whatever. MK11's story is really bad. There's one really awesome thing that happens that's like the coolest thing they've done since MK9. It doesn't save it, and the villain shit is really bad.
Well, I'm not that invested anyway, really. But cool.
And get ready for a reboot again for 12.
Okay, well, I'm gonna play the game, so just stop. But sure. Got it.
All right. And also, I still don't like NetherRealm fighters.
Like, I'd much rather you talk about like what you think of the gameplay. Yeah.
I played the story mode and then I never have a desire to ever touch this again, which apparently is awesome because it means I won't be dealing with what is apparently like the worst single player shit ever with those towers.
Sounds like all I've seen was Ed Boon's tweets about how there's patches and some things are being exaggerated, is what he said.
I don't know. I've just been following Max going, this is miserable. This sucks.
I saw some stream clips of like them doing some quick math on how the 7 currencies add up to time. And then I saw someone putting out a number that was like $6,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I saw Ed Boon going, that number's bullshit.
And then everyone's like, Boon, Ed, you made the game grindy as fuck. Admit it.
And then I saw them saying we're changing it.
Yeah.
Which, I'm barely even surprised anymore, because I think I talked about it last time, how it's like, you shoot for the moon so that you land amongst the stars. Except do that with making people angry at you.
And the PC version of MK11.
If shooting for the moon is pissing the world off,
then
landing amongst the stars is pissing off only the most, vocal, and then people are more or less fine being grumbled.
Yeah, and then the PC version for MK11 is like a trash fire.
And it was removed from the game's listing.
I did not see that either.
On either on Twitter, on the description or something, it says out now for Xbox and PlayStation 4, and they just removed PC entirely.
And then the only other thing, and it depends on, it's a news article, I was laughing at Anthem again, but please tell me we have a reset the clock on that news this week about that Anthem thing.
Didn't hear nothing.
Oh, okay. The game's in early access now.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. It's just someone said something dumb.
Well, no. What actually did happen is they canceled all of the roadmap shit and delayed everything indefinitely and said, we're going to focus on the game, and removed dates for all future content.
Oh.
And then put out that post saying, hey, it's been 10 weeks since early access.
Since the early access.
And everyone's like, did you just put this game back in a fucking early access? And the answer is kind of yeah, because there's no date on any feature in that game anymore. They're all coming later. The game's rolled back in a pre-release.
Yeah, that's a weird one, because even if you want to pull the ripcord, you can't. People bought the fucking thing.
They bought it. And all I can think of is, like, how long was that game supposed to be supported? Like 2 years, 3 years, right?
Unless
is that entire time gonna be spent like fixing the base game?
Is there any sort of way you could like just you boot the game up and it just says, here's your code,
here's your money back,
here's your code to enter in to get like your PSN bucks, or whatever, like here's your voucher.
If any game was the one that got hit with like a false advertising lawsuit, it'd be this one. Like, Colonial Marines, that kind of petered out.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Did you know that Anthem hit a peak of 191 viewers on Twitch this weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Like, a peak. Fallout 76 had 400.
It's bad.
It's so bad.
That's bad. Who?
BioWare's not going to exist for Dragon Age to come out. That's a bummer, man.
Where can people watch more?
Where can more Anthem? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. No. They can watch more of me in my cube, being a big gamer, over at twitch.tv/angriestpat. That's twitch.tv/angriestpat. This week, it's going to be Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines and Yakuza 6, which has a baby in it. That shit's weird. You just leave the baby at a bar and just go do Yakuza shit for like hours.
That's really weird.
Yeah, well, welcome to Yakuza.
Okay. As far as my week goes,
yeah, what up, man?
What did I do? I got more tattooing done yesterday. Yeah. So shoulders currently healing. Progress going. Things are happening.
What's the insertion of like tattoo power into your body right now?
About 60%.
Okay. Do you feel stronger?
But
What's your transformation level at?
But the problem is that I'm also increasing the 100% further because I've already added like 140% because I have like sleeve plans as well.
Okay, so you just said, no, I'm gonna you gonna be a human canvas? Is that what you're aiming for, or like what?
I mean, to the degree that I'm satisfied.
Yeah,
but I've always wanted that.
What's the rule on you? Do you going above the collarbone or no?
If it looks cool.
Okay.
I happen to be
above the chin.
I'm a huge fan of the look of having like clothes on with tattoos peeking through the areas that you can see. Mm-hmm. I think that looks super sick.
And luckily enough, we have social media jobs, so we don't have to get real work ever again.
Well, I told my mom back when she was like, if you pierce your face and wear dreadlocks, then you won't be able to get a job. And I kind of very cleanly explained that I don't want to work anywhere that gives a shit about what I look like. And I most certainly, and the same thing, you'll have issues like meeting people or friends or whatever the fuck it was. And it was just
and now you work for yourself.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to associate with people that have a problem with the way I look. So that filters out.
I don't know. I think
the
piercings make you look like an asshole. So where are you at now?
We're in a place where I'm pretty fucking happy with the way I look.
Meanwhile, I'll say that. Excuse me while I retreat to my fucking fucking battle station.
Yeah, let's do your thing. But I'm gonna keep going with it, and I want to get sleeves. I want to do neck. It doesn't feel great, but I do want to do it because I think it would.
Is that like bad? Is that like ow?
It's ow.
Yeah,
it's ow.
The neck specifically.
Oh yeah, it's ow. But lots of people do it. Mm-hmm. And in the end, it's just kind of like, it's like, yeah, but the end result's worth it. So you just
are you gonna get like a cat looking the other way,
not at
so
all.
that your belly button's like a butthole?
Not even remotely close.
No, you're not gonna do that.
No.
All right.
I don't know if my stomach is prime canvas material, quite frankly.
Have you ever?
It's not exactly a fucking six-pack. So.
Wooly, I will stop making fun of every single aspect of the tattoo piercing experience based on one factor. If you get the word ice tattooed somewhere, or cool ice somewhere on your body in that font,
I would do it.
Like, when I get be the bottom of your fucking foot.
When we're at the point that there's so many that it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'll do it. I'd have no problem with that.
Oh man,
because the significance of them goes down as you add to the mosaic.
Because when you see like tattoo show or whatever, it's the lady or the guy that's like head to toe, right?
Yeah,
and then they'll go, yeah, there's this shitty one on my elbow. Like, yeah, what does that fucking matter?
Yeah, I'll drop a cool ice in there somewhere. Yeah,
fucking yeah, that's stupid. That guy's a hero. I remember when we found out he was German, and we both went, "Oh yeah,
makes perfect sense."
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, totally.
No, he's only a hero because he leaned into it.
Yeah,
he's
got more.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
because you could easily just become the really shamed and embarrassed person who has become a recluse.
Yeah,
and whatnot. But anyway, so what did I do? I beat Katana Zero.
Yeah.
Did you?
No, I did not.
That is, I'm going to reintroduce it. It is a game that is worth your time. It's currently on Steam and Switch. Fucking amazing music. Really great pixel art. Simple ass gameplay presented with a really fun story in between stages where you're just a platforming samurai and you got one hit and everyone else dies in one hit, and you just gotta, do a perfect run through almost like a Super Meat Boy with a slashing button.
Yeah, I felt like it was like Mark of the Ninja
type
with
game.
Hotline Miami applied to it.
Really, really fun. Story is definitely like trippy and weird and interesting. Characters are like fucking... Every character is an extreme version of whatever genre or class they represent. And...
Oh, that's not good.
And the game overall just fucking crushes it at each thing that it tries to do, including when it decides to switch up the gameplay for fun, to try different things out. Like there's like a little bike mission, and you get to try using out your powers in like a bike mission kind of setting, almost like, you know how like Nier Automata switches to like shmup modes, and you get to kind of use.
Yeah, slightly too often.
Fuck off. Ikaruga's the best.
Those shmup modes are not Ikaruga.
There's some of them are, and some of them are not. But yeah. In any case, the mode switching in it is really, really fun. Katana Zero is super, super sick. I'm gonna be playing it. What are you showing me a picture of?
Robotnik.
Oof.
This just happened.
Well, was that Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. You want to get real close into that? Yeah, that's good, huh?
Ooh.
That's official.
Ooh, this is going to be good. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, that's fucking hot. Hell yeah. Lean into it.
Me, myself, and Robotnik.
Lean into it.
Oh, man.
Fuck yeah. Man, there's gonna be more new bad forms of Sonic than classic
no, for real.
good ones.
It's gonna be there's gonna be its own thing, and we're gonna see the two fan bases like jerk off at each other in anger.
Holy shit! Wow, you're gonna have Chubby Sonic and Extreme Edge Adventure Sonic, and then you're gonna have Boom and fucking Movie just clashing each other. Wow. I can't believe they're going that way with it. I mean, fuck, Detective Pikachu is kind of like... It's like, Detective Pikachu... What is it where they figured it out? You know? Like, Detective Pikachu doesn't look as horrifying as you'd expect this type of premise to look. It doesn't sound as bad as you think it would be.
They took the actual reality of their cartoon animals to their logical conclusion. So Eli did a really decent breakdown of like why people will never be happy with Sonic, and it's because Sonic's a fucking cartoon. Like he has no bearing on reality whatsoever.
Yes.
He has a fucking mono eyeball.
Yes.
So you're either gonna fucking do that and it's gonna look fucking creepy and weird.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna try and make it realistic, at which point it'll look creepy and weird.
And everyone loves something different because they love a thing that's not real.
Decided to go just do it real, and whatever it looks like, and that's when we got people like, oh my god, Mr. Mime, like the fuzz on Mr. Mime's arms is making me want to throw up.
Yeah.
But like, it's great.
But remember too that even Pikachu, before it became the movie mascot, there was fat original
Chonky Pikachu.
Chonk,
Yeah.
Pikachu.
A Lottie coming Pikachu.
Yeah, that thing that everyone loves because that looks more like a dumb little rodent that can barely carry itself. Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Oh man,
Sonic movie looking hot. Where was I even fucking going? I guess I was gonna say Katana Zero is worth your time and money, and you should play it, and you should buy it, and I'm gonna be streaming that.
It is fantastic.
Fucking excellent game, especially after completing it. There's a very clear thing that I would like more of. That they play with things in the game, and then return you to the normal, and then they play with other fun things, and they give you teases, and you kind of just go like, I wish they could expand on this.
Maybe later.
But for now, grab that shit. It's fucking great.
You said you're gonna stream it?
Probably gonna stream it.
It's a good game. You should stream it.
I played Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, and
is that game a piece of shit?
So it fits in with all the other like. It fits in with the games like Rising Thunder, Phantasy Strike, Metal Revolution, like easy access fighting games.
Yeah.
In a way, it has basics that like. This is the first of those types of games that is like a Marvel type game. Specifically, they have characters doing Marvel moves.
But it's easy action.
Easy action.
Okay.
Easy operation, let's call it.
Yeah.
The EO. The EO
operation.
Games. And, but the difference is that those games, like, don't feel like they're phone games when you're playing it.
That's why I asked, because it looks like a mobile game. It looks like a fucking Marvel mobile game, or like those wrestling mobile games.
It truly does feel like the mobile game it originally was, except now responding to buttons, and they've added the Zords to it. Yeah. But they did get some FGC folks to like come in and like add some shit to it so that like
I've seen people saying Jay Wong helped work on it.
Yeah. So they did definitely
He helped make a tier with all the Rangers.
So like there's some crazy ass infinites and nonsense, and it's full Kusoge. It's full on poverty, but there's dirty mix-ups, and like it's full on poverty, but it has the potential to make you go, oh!
So what? It's trying to be like the fucking modern Sailor Moon.
Because you're playing it and it's nonsense, but then you call in a striker and do a fake uncross up, and they get opened up from it, and it's just like so it has those moments. So it's it's hype jank. You can feel the hype jank in there.
It's a terrible fucking genre.
Oh yeah. EO.
That's awful.
EO. Let's go.
I still remember playing that game at a fucking friend's house, and I couldn't believe it. I'm talking about Capcom vs. SNK2, Easy Operation. If you guys that's obscure now, but just like walk forward and do a supersonic boom with a flick of an analog stick. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck is this?
The weirdest thing about Power Rangers in particular is that like the lineup is they're all like, you have Billy, and then you have Tommy. Not Billy, sorry. You have Tommy, and you have Jason.
Yeah.
And then you have like Yellow from a different generation.
Yeah.
And whatnot. And then you have the black mass-produced like soldier kind of thing. But you don't have Blue. So
there's no Blue.
There's no Blue.
Blue's like a core color.
So you're basically and like there's alternate costumes for some of them, but it's weird. It's just weird. It's like the roster is not what you'd expect. You'd expect here are 6 Rangers of the various colors.
Yes.
And then we are going to do the thing where we go, what generation do you want to play as?
Yeah.
But that's not what they did.
That's weird.
So instead they just pick specific people from specific generations of it, and I guess there's going to be DLC, But yeah. Anyway,
I thought that I don't know what I thought about that game.
Which game?
The game you were just talking about.
Oh,
Power Rangers Battle for the whatever.
Yeah. Just go play
I thought it was kind of a joke. I thought it was like a joke fan game when I first saw it on Max's stream, only to find out it's a real game.
Yeah. When you call in the Zords, it's basically like calling in the Infinity Stones in Marvel Infinite.
Yeah.
Like just go play the Zoid fighter on Super Nintendo, and you're good. But I will you can. Here's the thing: the real test, as I explained when I was taking a look at it, was like when a tournament's done and you're back in the hotel room and everyone's eating and drinking and chilling.
Yeah.
Can you pop this in
and still have some fun?
And have some fun. And the answer is you can pop it in for 3 games tops.
Yeah.
That's because it takes 3 games to play the entire roster.
Yeah.
So.
That sucks.
All right. Beyond that, we'll throw Avengers at the end.
Yeah, throw Avengers at the end. That shouldn't be that long, actually, but I feel like my thoughts on that are relatively concise.
Yeah, there's a lot of little bits that I liked, but
yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, we can do that.
Like big thoughts are like relatively.
News.
There's a big fucking breaking news right now with Riot. I don't know if you saw people in the chat talking about that.
I did not.
People are gonna fucking walk out on Riot because Riot's trying to block people from suing them over gender discrimination.
What's happening?
So Riot, well-publicized shithole place to work, Riot Games, is apparently trying to block people from suing them over being notorious shithole place to work, Riot Games, which is causing a bunch of employees to threaten to walk out en masse. Kotaku and Waypoint and shit are fucking...
Got any backstory on this?
Well, I mean, have you been following the fact that Like, Riot is basically run by a bunch of macho dickheads.
I haven't.
Okay, Riot sucks. This has been a long ongoing story for like, I want to say like a year.
Kind of ironic, the name of the company.
Yeah,
but go on.
Like, remember the fucking Diva music video and all those Diva skins?
Yeah,
like they fucking stiffed the women who made those skins, for example.
Okay.
And it's just
How?
like, they didn't pay them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They didn't get anything for it.
Jesus.
I think one of them got fired afterwards. But like it is just an old-fashioned fucking boys club place to work, apparently. Which has led to, there was a big bunch of stories about this like a while ago. And people are threatening to sue them. Right? And then they are trying to use legal trickery to go, no, you're not allowed to sue us because you worked here. Which is having people threaten to walk out at this point. It's a mess. That shit's a mess. It's, think of, how do I put this? Remember the shit that was going on at Quantic Dream? About the rugby.
Yeah.
This is not a rugby cloakroom.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but just bigger. Just a bigger version of that
At the place
shit.
with infinite money.
Yes.
Because League is infinite money.
That's correct.
That sucks. Yeah, I don't know anything about this story.
It has something to do with arbitration agreements. People are talking about in chat.
No legal action allowed. Okay. Well, I mean, clearly we're not super up to date on this, but what's the part of it that's breaking right now?
The fact that employees are threatening to walk out over the fact that they are trying to force people into private arbitration under some California.
How'd they get away with not paying people that made skins?
I don't fucking know. I'm probably wrong.
I'd like to catch the details on that because that doesn't sound like
honestly, I haven't followed it all that closely.
Legal.
Yeah,
that sounds criminal. So what? Okay.
Riot continues to be in the trouble.
Walkout. Riot Games' decisions to try and block lawsuits filed against the company prompted an enormous internal blowback it's still wrestling with. This is a Waypoint article from Waypoint on Vice. On Friday, Kotaku reported Riot took steps to prevent employees from taking legal action against the company after multiple lawsuits were filed in the wake of Kotaku's investigation into the studio's culture of sexism last summer. The reaction to the aggressive move prompted talk of an employee walkout, according to two employees at Riot, and an internal Slack message sent to Riot's chief diversity officer to employees. Waypoint granted the employees anonymity to speak about issues that could impact their employment. Okay, talk of a walkout has been brewing.
All right, so chat's correcting me on certain details. It was not payment, but they did fire the woman who did make that neon Akali skin. You know, the most popular one.
The one with the hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ninja one with the neon. She got shit canned afterwards, after the work was done.
Okay.
Like, oh, come on. Excuse me, we gotta get rid of it.
Huh. Okay. This is one of those breaking stories that it's hard to really to talk about because there's too much to read and find out at this point in time. But based on us guessing the news, as we sit here and guess the news, that sounds pretty awful. And that sucks. My Riot thing is just
they make League of Legends. Is that pretty much
sitting there waiting for Legend of Fighters or whatever.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Fight League, but okay. Well, that's not where I was originally gonna go.
Where are we going?
I was going somewhere else. Disappointing.
Oh, fucking sick. It's a good week for disappointment.
Sure is.
What do we got?
We can talk about we can talk about the cancellation of or delaying of Titanfall or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
This is a really weird story for a lot of reasons.
Like, we could talk about the part where I made my peace
and now your piece has been unmade.
And now my watch was ended and now I have to fucking roll out of the grave on it and get all bummed out again.
So what are you talking about?
But it's not canceled, it's delayed, whatever. But effectively, they just kind of came out and said, yo, Apex did so good that we have to delay every Titanfall project so that we can do more Apex, I guess.
And one of the things is specifically because we don't want to put the team at Respawn through crunch.
But here's the thing. When you use the word delay as opposed to cancel or shelved.
Yeah, it's good. It's better.
Yes. Because if you tell me that you're working on something until you announce that it's canceled, I'll believe that you're saying what you're...
lucky for you.
I believe what you say.
Titanfall 3 is delayed right up until after Apex is no longer popular.
Mm-hmm.
So... Mm-hmm. I find it interesting because this was framed as like, listen, we have the same staff. We could crunch them, but we're not going to, which is fairly interesting considering, I mean, like NetherRealm's crunching people. Everybody's crunching people now.
I didn't like the wording because it was unclear what it meant. Because the quote was, in order to fully support Apex Legends, we, Respawn, are pushing out plans for future Titanfall games. No resources from the Apex Legends teams are being shifted to other titles in development here at the studio, nor are we pulling resources from the team working on Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. That's the executive producer, Drew McCoy. They seem to imply, whatever weeks ago, that there were already separate teams on these separate projects.
Yeah.
And it sounded like they had 4 things in development. Which is a lot for a team like Respawn.
Yeah.
But there was Apex, which is, as we know, huge breakout hit. Star Wars, which, as we know, has to be a huge breakout hit.
Must be big hit.
And then there was Titanfall, the new project. And then there was Titanfall VR. I guess the decision was those things don't matter in the wake of Apex and Star Wars. Which, yeah.
Fair.
What are you gonna say? It just hurts because, obviously, Titanfall is the franchise that I care the most about of those 3 things.
Well,
so I'm not happy to hear that.
So you're saying they should crunch them? Yeah, they should crunch them to get your Titanfall.
No.
Yeah, see, exactly.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm being a dumb internet commentator.
They don't have
crunch your people.
They don't have the size, bandwidth, and
what
are you going to tell a studio? Hey, don't take on big contracts that pay your studio huge money to keep you guys open.
Like, do you get the feeling that at this point, unless a studio comes out and is like, we are not crunching our gang, that they're all crunching them all the time?
Every project I've ever been on had crunch time.
It's
like crunch. You say it as if it's like a new, like,
no,
bad
I don't
word,
say it's a new. It's
but literally every crunch time is a phase of development.
The bigger problem is that apparently for some companies it's not a phase of development. It's development is crunch. That's no good, man. That can't go on like that forever.
When your producer doesn't allow for enough time, and so in some cases it's incompetence, but in a lot of cases it's overpromising. It's easier to, because people are really happy if you can deliver things quickly.
Yeah.
So in some cases you're going to see overpromising. In some cases you're going to see underestimations. But every single project I've ever worked on has had a crunch time. Like, I don't know what it looks like to not. So
that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like we're nearing the end, and because you know what it is, and it depends on what the nature of your job is, right? So like QA in particular is a job that has no ceiling.
Yeah,
a game can never be too clean, right? It is just tested until how few bugs you find just keeps going until like the chart, it goes off the chart, but it never stops. There's no point where 0 bugs exist.
Yeah.
So as you approach submission, the more time you spend, the better, no matter what, under all circumstances, because any time spent possibly finding that next bug is worth it.
Even shitty, non-productive time?
From a compliance point of view, the game can be clean, right? Because there's a finite set of rules, and if it adheres to those rules, like, unless really, really particular weird things happen in particular ways, which is always possible, it seems like you can mark something as more or less clean. When you're an artist, your job comes to an end.
Yeah.
You know, at some point you don't have any more to do. So when you're programming, you're often going up to the last second, you know, because there's always something that needs to be tightened up, readdressed. You have to tighten up those graphics on level 4. But no, in some cases it's just literally like, can we optimize loading here? Can we, you know, like, what can we do? Can we do something?
So how come the movie business gets away with actually hitting their deadlines?
Because you watch a movie in one way and that's it. There's no player interaction involved in a movie. Everyone has the same experience. There's no variables that we don't know about until it's in your hands when it comes to a movie.
I don't know, man. I find it difficult to even understand this concept because my only real ass job that wasn't this crap was me working in that fucking grocery store. And for all the faults that shit had, because it was retail hell, I punched in, and then 10 o'clock rolled around, and I punched out.
Mm-hmm.
And then the boss would say, hey, it's not done. I went, you scheduled me to 10, go fuck yourself. And if they gave me shit, I'd talk to my union rep.
Yeah.
And then they'd tell my boss to go fuck themselves.
You weren't specialized in a particular skill that was a part of a multi-year production that needed you and your specific expertise. You know? And
people in the movie business are, however.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't get it. How come, the game devs need a fucking union.
It's really just bullying employees that are that care about their work. You know,
like the amount of times I've read the story of I burnt out and now I work in software development and I go home. Right? It's fucked.
It's people that are passionate about what they're working on, that they will, in many cases, depending on the size of the game, that passion will get exploited, and you're searching for that passion when you're hiring, right? Mm-hmm. When you're taking candidates, doing interviews, you're looking for people that have that. Mm-hmm. The people that get obsessed with what they're working on, that do have perfectionist qualities, that want to keep going at it, that think about stuff off the clock and bring in a new idea the next day. That's a great employee to help make your game be better.
Right.
And the human battery aspect is not taken into account. You know, it's the way it goes. Yeah, it's fucking dirt. It's dog shit, man. It really is.
Well, fucking union political issues aside, do you think it's the kind of situation where if the game devs tried to unionize, that they would get fucking swept and you'd see a bunch of studios get shut down? Because I think that fear is exaggerated. I think the ability to outsource the entirety of development to other locations would have been done already if that was feasible, union or not.
No, they'd find a way. They'd find a way. If they looked at it and just went if they saw, if the cost of development got affected in such a way where the unionization process cut in, I don't even want to ballpark a percentage out there, but the point remains that the amount that is enough for them to be afraid of it. Yeah. Why wouldn't they just Walmart the situation and shut it the fuck down?
Well, because Walmart's service industry, right? It's not making a fucking I don't know,
my job.
Yeah.
My job at one point in time was to create tools so that they could find ways to go to other countries and train other countries' employees across the world to be game savvy enough to QA at the level that we were currently QAing games.
Right.
And my job was to create a test to show or to figure out how much do you play games, how knowledgeable are you of gaming conventions and the basics of like, you know, what an RPG is, what you know, a first person shooter is, what it's expected to be, enough so that when you play it, you know what to do and what to look for, and you know what a problem looks like when it's not supposed to be there. And
as a result, there are no QA firms or departments in North America or Europe.
Well, I was specifically asked after the test came back, and like a lot of people failed it in their test area, that I was told to then drop the difficulty and make it easier to,
which defeats the purpose of the exercise.
It does,
entirely.
but when you're looking for a positive result, when you have some confirmation bias in you, because it's gonna make things like much more cost efficient.
I don't know. I remember.
You know.
Do you remember calling Bell Canada from 1993 to 2005 ever once?
I fought that, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
You've actually told the story 3-4 weeks ago.
Okay.
But you ever call Bell Canada for any reason?
No.
And the nightmare that was, which was
back in the day,
it was the outsourced fucking phone nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like people whose language was not English as their first language reading off a script that they were not properly trained to do. And I was like, it's the worst thing ever. And now that's gone. They've actually rolled it back because the damage that was done to those companies from that awful, awful experience lasts. And that alone makes me think that it's like, say, what are you gonna do? You're gonna fly everybody in Treyarch out to fucking
CPAC.
Czech Republic so you don't have to pay them properly,
CPAC.
and they're all just gonna go?
No, that's the thing, right? Is that I think it's a bit short-sighted to think that like it's just gonna come down to switching countries and finding somewhere where the unions don't exist, or something like that. I think it looks a lot more like the situation with Montreal and Ubisoft's Ubi School.
Yeah.
You familiar with how that works?
I am not familiar how that
Well,
works.
it's quite simple. Here in Montreal, there's a Ubisoft Ubi School.
Okay.
You can go to it. It'll teach you about various aspects of game creation.
Yeah.
If you want to be an artist, you can take that program. If you want to be a level designer, you do that, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and at the end of the year, you graduate, providing you don't fail, and you become the new class of level designers, all looking for jobs in level design. There are a extremely limited number of positions at Ubisoft itself where they look for some level designers. And there's a bunch of other places which used to need level designers but currently don't because they're getting a fresh batch every year.
Right, okay.
Ubisoft then, with their like 1 or 2 positions open, will basically be like, okay, who wants it? And the people they're going through are literally cramming into the funnel where there's two spots and like 30 people are pressing in, and then 12 months later another 30 are pressing in, and so on and so forth ad nauseum. And on the other side, since the supply and demand is so imbalanced, they get to be like, okay, how low can we pay you? How
It sounds like a good reason to go into business for yourself.
you know, how great can we make, how much can we sweeten the deal on our side, since we get to pick from the litter, and we get to pump out more every 12 months. It's a little bit of a thing, you know, and in some cases, like,
but that's like, pardon me if I'm ignorant on this, but that sounds like the kind of situation where a long-standing like labor agreement would actually be highly beneficial.
It certainly would, especially if you're creating skilled workers in a particular thing,
right,
that have a particular like trade, I guess. But there isn't necessarily there's more people trained to do the thing there's more workers trained than there are actual like jobs
much
and positions available.
It's not shit like plumbing. I remember when I was a kid, my dad said, "Hey, if you don't know what to do with your fucking life, become a plumber. There's too much work. There will always be too much work for plumbing."
Yeah. So there's a bit of an oversaturation problem in certain programs where, you know, like there's just not enough jobs for the program, but they will always take you in and take your money and teach you what needs to happen. And it's a school, so whatever. But so there's already this kind of undercut culture in a way. And
well, the undercut culture for the burnout stuff, to my understanding, has always been like, you can burn these people out as hard as you want because there's always going to be that fresh new batch coming in. Like, you can crunch people as hard as you want because the young generation that doesn't know about that shit, and doesn't know that their time is like 5 to 10 years tops in most cases, will come right in and go, yeah, I want to make the next Assassin's Creed College, whatever.
And God forbid that like the team or project or studio you're in shuts down, and then a whole new bunch of specialists with way more experience than you
flood the market,
flood in,
and
like
honestly, the
jump to the top of that list.
Like the everybody's like focused on crunch, as it's like, dude, working 100-hour a week or else you're fired is like fucked, right? Or not, or else you're fired, or else we'll just see what happens, right? I don't know what's worse, either that or the fucking bust boom hiring shit, where it's like, we gotta crunch it, hire 100 people that we know we're gonna fire, but we're not gonna tell them,
Yeah.
Like, and we'll have them move, right? I think Kurt Schilling and all that fucking crap with that what was his fucking the Almalor shit,
50 52 50
through
42,
whatever,
his number, his jersey,
his fucking bullshit, where he's like, hey, the company will pay the mortgage on the house that you had to buy to move out here. Oops, company went bankrupt, now you have 2 mortgages, fuckers. Is like
38 studios.
Like, that dude should be in jail. But he's not, because he's a sports man. He's rich, so you go do back the sports talk. Fucking asshole.
Yeah, it's interesting because it would be. I would like to see what the results were if you asked people, like, would you be willing to take a hit on video games, either in terms of production, in terms of how long it takes for them to come out, in terms of how much they cost,
in
terms of all of these aspects, in order to know that the people working on the games are like not being abused. Basically, like the diamond industry, like blood games. Would you be okay with waiting longer and spending more to know that your games are not blood games?
Only on one condition. So let's take Activision, for example. And thanks, Jim, for giving me the ammunition for this one. Let's take Activision and Call of Duty, right? Let's say they're crunching the Call of Duty gang, right? I would gladly take hits to the Call of Duty map size or stability, whatever, assuming that the devs wouldn't have to crunch or they got the resources they needed, whatever. The day they start paying taxes. Jim recently did a great video about Activision and how Activision not only doesn't pay taxes to the United States, they get tax money back due to some tax holding shit. So,
so a lot of that, now you're getting into something way more complicated, because you're getting into the, what city do we drop our mega studio in? Well, you'll have to sweeten the deal by courting us, and we'll do a little song and dance.
And currently that city is Montreal, actually.
Yes, we will give you sweet-ass incentives.
No money down.
To be here.
Yeah.
Which makes it so that us living in Montreal as not employees, as citizens of this city, are, if you're interested in this industry, you're in a good place.
Yeah.
Right? It's nice to be here.
It also means I, sitting here doing nothing, am paying for Mortal Kombat to come out. In some form,
indirectly, but yeah, effectively, that's that process of like, we want you in our city because you increase our commerce, is a whole other prospect.
It's a whole thing.
You're backing this. You're going back to like.
Well, I should mention the reason why
it.
Activision doesn't pay any taxes is because they have some bullshit holding company shit in a basement in Holland or whatever. Like it's tax avoidance.
It's offshore money.
So
Okay.
like all the DLC crap and all that's like, oh, we don't have. Shut the fuck up. You don't even pay tax. Like, you know, like
Now,
there's plenty of money to go around.
Now, I suspect, and in fact, a part of my faith in my fellow human beings relies on the fact that I think the answer to my question for most people upon being asked would be absolutely.
Or let's even be more charitable. Probably. Most people would say, yeah, probably.
Why do I feel that there's a cutoff that enters the world of people who maybe don't pay attention to this news? Because if you're listening to this podcast, you probably follow game news enough or hear about events to care about what's happening and to know the name of a studio.
Sure.
But if you happen to be someone that doesn't matter to you and you more or less like games enough to walk into a GameStop, buy one, and walk out, and that's the extent of it, would that person necessarily think the same thing?
The main issue,
maybe if they knew about it.
The main issue comes down to their own personal life circumstance. The probably the one that exemplifies this weirdness is, do you remember what was it called? It was the Voice Actors Guild doing a thing with Performance Matters. Do you remember that? Do you remember how a bunch of developers got super fucking pissed? Like, I don't get any royalties, so fuck you, Troy Baker, or whatever whoever it was. I think Troy was big on that, but I don't quite remember specifically. I'm just using him because he's the biggest shit. And apparently, we're like 1 degree of separation away from him now.
Apparently so.
Hey, Troy. Hey,
Mr. Beast.
But then the typical response came back is like, you probably should get royalties, man. Like, right? But it comes from your personal place. So man who goes to buy the Madden and go, why Madden more $10? Right? Because so-and-so, whatever. But if that man...
I was pretty pissed when I went to buy Street Fighter 4 and it was $79.
Right? But and if that man worked bad gas station job, bad money, man don't care.
Yeah. Less game.
Yeah. Less game. More money.
Yeah.
And then it's
$10 could be other Steam game.
Yeah.
$10
could be Footlong or 5 beer.
$10 could be Hollow Knight on sale.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah. That's real.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying, you know?
And also, like,
if you really want to fucking get into it, what kind of phone you got there?
Oh, you mean the one that's built by a Chinese slave economy?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one?
How much you pay for that?
A couple $100.
Compared to how much you think it actually costs to make?
I don't know, a couple $1,000.
And
if you take the cost of human suffering out of it.
And what if you made it here? Yeah.
Oh, man, you guys enjoying this stream? The stream running on technology built by slaves?
You have any burgers recently? Enjoy them?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The market.
Oh, this is awkward, huh?
Yeah, it is. Because solving this problem is actually addressing literally our modern economy as a whole. This is how it works.
It's kind of like a big problem.
It's kind of. And it's almost as if we're shooting out of our expertise zone.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's almost as if we're touching on things we have no ability to understand, much less propose hypothetical solutions to. Almost.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm not Tim Cook.
I don't know who Tim Cook is.
Tim Apple.
Fuck him.
I'm not Jeff Amazon.
You mean I'm going to send a robot horse to your house?
I'm not
Amazon.
I'm not Mark Facebook. I can't fully comprehend exactly how this...
I don't know. I don't trust any of those guys for a multitude of reasons.
Hey, well, Drac Twitter.
Yeah.
He's out there.
Oh, yeah?
He's doing things. He's sitting down. Dude.
Make me king of the world. I'll fix it.
Dude, like, straight up, you want to not have crunch time on your video games?
That's right.
You got to pay $10,000 for your iPhone. with the fold tech, because they came up with the fold tech.
You hear those things are like every review thing they sent out broke within a day.
Well,
It's like
a bunch of them did,
disaster.
and yeah, so which is why you don't buy the first version, but or you buy the Huawei one that they fucking stole.
Oh man,
and made on their own. Anyway, dude.
So we have this whole conversation, but you know what's really exciting? Human augmentation. Let's just kick that can down the road.
I just like you want you want to get rid of blood diamonds, you want your ethical video games, you want your no crunch sticker on the cover of a game before you buy it.
Yes, I do.
This game was
no
made,
employees were crunched in the making of this game.
There are no dolphins inside of this can of tuna.
100% no dolphin.
Crunch free. You want your crunch free video game, sir? I hope you're willing to fucking upset la revolution.
Okay.
I hope you're willing to turn the whole thing on its head.
Okay.
Because it goes from there to the union to the fucking company to the placement of the company's choice in the location to the tax breaks. And then them trying to create a profit margin and the comparison to other businesses.
And the shareholders and all that crap.
Oh, shareholders need to see those numbers
Apparently,
at the end of the quarter
that
go
economic
up.
theory about maximizing value for shareholders only came about in like the 70s. It's actually really new.
Huh.
Yeah. Prior to that, the well understood like idea was that the idea for a company was to maximize value, not create money for shareholders. But some Nobel Peace Prize guy made some paper and everybody got it high on balls on it.
Or you're going to see that game getting sold for $40 on day one at fucking Walmart or Future Shop, and guess what you're going to go do? You're going to buy that fucking $40 game.
Yeah.
Or you're going to see the Amazon deal where you buy it by pre-ordering on Amazon to get $10 off, and guess what you're going to fucking do?
What?
You're going to fucking pre-order that game and get it for $10 off.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you're going to do.
I would love to see a crash of like almost all the major game publishers into smaller companies. Because if they're crunching on indie, at least they're crunching themselves.
Does that make it better?
Yeah.
But
the weeks that I put
that was the argument that that dude used when he was talking about what game was it where he was like, no, I was saying we voluntarily crunched.
Yeah, not everyone ever voluntarily crunches.
But what do you remember the story I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was
something.
It was Rockstar.
Yeah.
And then everyone anonymously came forward and be like, yeah, he's full of shit.
Dude, like, if you want to get real, those Cuphead guys are probably out of their minds.
Yeah, probably. Same thing with the Hollow Knight guys.
Not MGMT, but whatever, they're probably nuts.
Yeah.
And, like, we're just going, yeah!
The triumph of the individual spirit.
Your likely addiction to your work and potential illness is something we fucking want to throw money at you for because you won't quit.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do about
Yeah.
Like, some people are just going to work it that hard, man. And there's nothing you can do about that, admittedly.
Well, what you can do is put weights on them so they work slower.
There is objectively, of course, a place where it's like the difference between forcing someone to do it because it's their job and someone willingly doing it is where you can draw the line, I suppose. That's a logical place.
And the fuzziness of that line is where like the current AAA industry likes to live, which it's like, hey man, I'm not going to say we're going to fire you. I'm just saying promotions are coming up, man. This has got to really impress the housers. If the housers come in here and see you not working, they're gonna be like, what's going on? Is that people not working don't like the Cowboys?
I mean, look, if you're salaried and you have a task and the task requires completion, you got to come in and do the hours until the task is done. I don't know,
salaries sound like a thing for suckers.
Oh, you'd rather by the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a safer bet for you.
Do we work kind of like by the hour, right? Or what do we do? What is this?
This is not at all like that.
I don't know what this is.
This is not that.
Okay.
This is advertising.
Okay. Well, that's a whole different thing.
This is a word from our sponsors.
Yeah, and then the advertising money is going to all dry up when people realize ads aren't real. and then
when everybody has a really comfy mattress.
Yeah, and then we're gonna have to start selling our blood.
it's only
and you know what? You know what I'm saying, by the way? I'm not saying we're gonna sell our blood to like the blood bank or whatever. No, we're gonna sell our blood to you guys at home. Who wants some of my blood? You can do crazy shit with it. You can clone a tiny little pet.
So think about that feeling the next time you purchase a game at a highly discounted rate.
Gamer blood. Thank you.
At the end of the credits, you can even have a little sticker that pops up saying this game was expressly made with crunch time. 10,000 employees across multiple countries were crunched in the making of this game.
Yeah.
Feel that.
And you at the end of the crunch time thing, it's like these are the babies. These are photos of parents meeting their children for the first time.
These are the crunch babies.
Yeah.
That were born.
That fathers were allowed to see at the end of development.
Yeah.
I was about to say the mothers and fathers were allowed to see, and then realized that didn't make much sense at all.
Does it?
I don't know how a mom could not see the crunch baby.
Well, quite frankly,
does it go into a tube under the desk?
If you go to the Activision OBGYN,
yeah, that's right,
and then you put the fucking suction cup.
Oh, they put him in the crunch locker,
and then the suction cup just goes.
Yeah, suck him into the crunch locker, and they seal it off for freshness.
And then you wheel him back over to the desk.
Yeah,
you have to stitch it all back up.
Yeah,
of course.
you got it.
You put the organs back inside.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you put the keyboard. You get a gamer cube.
That's right.
And you put it around the mom.
That's right. So they can't see the stuff.
And the gamer cube, and she's got her keyboard and mouse and the monitor in front of her, and they scoop that fucking baby out of there, and you don't have to worry about it until crunch time is over.
Yeah, that's right.
And she can keep working on her keyboard and mouse.
That's right. That's correct. That solves every problem
completely.
If you hook your employees up to like all sorts of medical technology, you don't even need to let them take medical leave because it's the healthiest place to be is at work.
Just dump that baby in the fucking, in the Metacritic pit. And if your game gets at least an 85% on Metacritic. Like your baby is locked behind a fucking a glass chamber with the score of the game that you just released, aggregating as the reviews come in, and the door has to get to 85. The score has to get to 85 before the door goes brrr.
And then it's at 84, and you're in the office with your boss being, come on, please, come on, count, come on. Call Metacritic and tell them to count the 3D Wego score. The 3D Wego score is like 100.
What Xboxboys.nl? What about Xboxboys.nl?
No, the DualShockers review is really good.
DualShockers,
it's really good.
Why did you? Come on, DualShockers got the review in. Can we? All right, man. Baby door opens up.
Oh no, Mara Station review came out. They're coming back. They're coming back.
Fuck.
They're going back in.
Oh shit.
Oh, no.
The IGN 3 out of 10.
That would be the kind of thing that it's like Jim Sterling returns to reviews and puts all nations' children at risk.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, yeah, the IGN 3 out of 10 fucking comes out. And it just cuts to children being ripped out of their parents' hands. Like they get it, and then they're like, wait, hold on. It drops back to 84, and then they just come in and just grab the kid. Like, nope.
I can't. This is the worst. This is the dark future. Someone make a game out of this. This is really good. This is good stuff. This is free.
Consume product. Don't ask questions.
That is the most applicable. I thought Mike screaming endless trash was going to be the most applicable thing Red Letter Media ever put out, but no. Fucking Jay going, don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product as the screen grab with the subtitle is the most useful thing Red Letter Media ever made. You can use it all the time.
Speaking of next product,
let's talk about the next product.
Persona 5 Royale. First details. Trailer. New facial expressions.
New sprites.
Human Morgana. Potentially,
He's gonna try and fuck everything.
Maybe Futaba's mom?
He's gonna fuck Futaba's mom.
Cool punch sequence with Queen and fucking Skull.
Yeah, new all-out attack shit.
Product!
An extra month.
Way excited for product.
Yeah. What
New
looks
character.
like might be... there's a screenshot that they fucked up and didn't edit something out, which looks like might be... how do I put this? Extra sequences with party members you thought you might not get to play with anymore after parts in the game.
Or before.
Or before, yeah. That girl's a rhythmic gymnast. You know she crushed the dick.
Probably. Uh-oh. Gotta Photoshop that portrait, though.
Oh my god, it's this is the worst. This is the actual worst.
It's not, but it's not great.
It's so... It's the worst in its dumbness. It's so dumb. Her design isn't that hot. It's not that great.
I'm way bigger fan of Queen. I think hers is way cooler. I agree. Anyway.
I hope that character...
Oh yeah.
Before we go, I hope the girl, I hope the redhead, I hope that she is actually the female main character, and that if you play as her, then
she's not Femsi.
God damn it. Then
she's a new confidant.
Then Akira becomes her spot in the thing.
She's not Femsi.
All right. You want to talk about consultant?
A new confidant, Takuto Maruki.
The consultant. A
new confidant, part-time school counselor hired at the concern of students following the case of a certain teacher.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
That is like...
That fixes that, honestly.
I fucking applaud it.
Hey.
What a good idea.
You kids are fucked up, huh? Yeah, that was just pretty fucked up what happened at this school.
Like that's a nice we all love the balls of that story a lot.
Yeah.
And this is a nice little extra piece of like realistic detail added to it.
So I saw some people talking, and like I'm fully in on this idea until I'm proven otherwise. And I want him to be like, man, don't you want to just like break the system? Do you ever feel constrained by the bounds of infinite authority and just want to go towards a completely individualistic chaos-based society?
Want emancipation?
P.S. I'm Satan. Like, I don't know what it is, but that guy kind of looks like Satan to me.
I like it.
I want that dude to be Satan.
Motherfucker wears sandals. You can't trust that shit.
Nah. I want a chaos root in this game, man. like a real chaos root.
So yeah, it looks like the Golden.
Yeah.
It really looks like the amount of extra shit is overwhelming.
It's big.
It's a whole lot of big. The difference between P4 and the P4 Golden is, would you say, 30% of that game?
No fucking way. 20%, maybe 15.
I'd take a gamble that this is going to be around that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, how much calendar time is it? Right? It's like 3 months.
I don't know. I don't think they've mentioned. In Golden, it's 1 month.
It's 1 month. Okay, yeah. All right.
And there's some skipping around and
yeah. New product.
New product?
New product.
Can we ask questions?
Omega Force developed Persona Scramble.
Boo.
You seen this?
Yeah. Boo.
It's not called Persona Warriors. So there's that. But it basically is Persona Warriors.
Yeah. Boo.
Really not the right brand for this style of gameplay. Like, I don't think this belongs at all. Doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Remember when the Persona gang fought that horde of monsters?
Like Zelda, sure. Dragon Quest, sure. Hokuto no Ken, sure. Berserk, yes. Like, the picks that they worked with have at least always been...
Gundam actually was made perfect sense, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like...
It's always been an IP that, like, you'd expect a hero to be, like, cleaving through giant crowds. In this case, it's not the worst stretch in the world.
Like, when I think of a Persona
really
fight,
strange.
I'm thinking the team versus a boss.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of this.
Yeah, it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit.
Yeah. Also, it's not the fighter, so fuck it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the wrong spinoff.
New character.
Oh, who gives a shit? Sorry if that's a little blunt.
Well, you know, like, remember Hyrule Warriors? You know, it's always a new character.
Yeah.
But yes, you're correct. We're waiting for the S is not the letter we want. A is the letter we want. R
U works too.
R is not the letter we want.
B works too. We can just battle.
Q is not the letter we want. We want A.
I want a PC port too, but
don't get
that's like
don't push your luck.
I don't know. They're porting the fucking Yakuza games, man. Like anything's possible.
Yeah, but this shit never fucking. What? P4A and U never got ported. What are you talking about?
I want it all.
Yeah, no.
There's no reason to.
Like, let's start with the PlayStation and see where we go from there. How about that?
That's what they did with Yakuza.
Yeah. How about we get P4 Arena and Ultimax?
No, that's too late. It's too late now.
Well, then I'm saying, like, if you think that the fighting
I just want 5 on the PC. The RPG.
The original RPG.
Whatever, just do it.
You hear that? Like, I mean, there's the rumor about, like, the original 5 coming to Switch while the Royal comes out.
Okay, hold on. Persona 4 Arena did come to PC.
Did it? Are you serious? Did I completely miss that? That's crazy. Because I've been going through hoops every time I wanted to play that game.
But apparently Ultimax did not.
That's fucking crazy. Are you serious? Oh my god. Wow.
Ultimax also. What?
Really?
Buy Persona 4 Arena on the Microsoft Store.
I'm looking at it right now. And that's an Xbox 360 logo. Available on Xbox One. I'm looking for a PC thing here. What the fuck is people talking about? Hold on a second. Wikipedia, save me. Wikipedia will save me. Persona 4 Arena.
Oh, it's not an official release. It's
Wikipedia. Platforms. Arcade, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. What the fuck is the chat talking about?
I don't know. They lied to me.
You talking about some emulated shit?
They're probably talking about some emulated shit.
So, well, fuck.
Did Catherine come out on the PC?
Catherine?
Yeah, did that happen?
I don't know if any re-releases. The original didn't, but I have no idea.
Catherine.
Fucking chat, man. Fucking chat. I'm like, why would we go through all this trouble bringing our PlayStation 3s to hotel rooms at cons to get P4A games going?
Okay, Catherine did come out this year on the PC.
Okay.
So,
but yeah, I'm like, you're like all the trouble we all went through to get games of P4A going in hotel rooms.
So fucking do it.
And we could have just ran it on a laptop.
Just do it. Just put every game on PC. I don't care.
All right.
Just do it.
No, you can't blame chat. It was one guy. You all are one guy.
You're all one guy.
You're all one girl. You're all one person. You're all chat.
That being said, apparently I have a magical ability to only pick out the wrongest people.
You are Legion. You speak for all of you. All right?
All of you take your lumps at once.
You speak representative of your people.
Also, you all take your victories all at once. So hey,
there you go. If you're gonna bask in the glory of chat, then you got to take the L's as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The important thing is not to ask any questions about this product.
Get excited for new product and its DLC.
There's some people that are like understandably kind of miffed about Royale, and it's like it has become like a staple now. It's like, don't buy Persona games on release.
I saw that. I saw the Twitter reaction of,
and it's like it is kind of weird now, where it's like, especially for people who speak English, because like,
but I don't
like, you're being told that the version, like, that game did not come out that long ago.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that long ago. But clearly they're a team that makes a game and then keeps working on it.
Yeah.
And then wants to like perfect it in a way, which is also a very classical Japanese mentality.
Get the re-release with Final Mix. Or
this is the version we are very happy with now that we've gotten public feedback.
Yeah.
And
I think
it's hard to say. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Because there are people that are like, I bought this game last week, and now the version I have sucks.
That does suck.
Right? And
if you're late to the party and the announcement happens, that sucks. At the very least, I think a decent compromise is an upgrade pack. Where you can...
That's not going
to... Where you can patch...
Japan don't do that.
I know, but I'm saying I think that'd be a healthy
but
compromise.
that doesn't even work with this kind of game, because can you upgrade halfway through your save and you're gonna miss out all the shit?
No, your save is fucked.
Yeah, your save is fucked.
But if you want to see this new content and you care about it, this is what you do.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking.
That's the only other way I can see it going down. You know.
Boy, I sure hope they relax the fucking streaming bullshit for when that game comes out.
If you don't want to kick early adopters in the balls, and you still want to be able to release a better game later.
Yeah.
Just allow the people who early adopted to upgrade to that.
Yeah.
I think that
should have the fighting game though.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fighting games do it.
Yeah. You know, it'd be a good fighting game to do it. Persona 5 Arena. That'd be a good game.
Kingdom Hearts Remind 3 DLC has been announced.
I don't know what this is. Do you know what this is?
No. It's Kingdom Hearts news. I thought I had to put it on because it would have been like, what are you doing not talking about Kingdom Hearts news? Did you not play 3?
No, I don't give a shit.
I thought you gave a shit.
I thought I gave a shit too.
I'm surprised you don't give a shit.
So here's what happened. I played 1, really enjoyed it. Liked that game. Read a synopsis of fucking the GBA game. Because fuck playing that card garbage on the GBA. Then I played 2. Love that game. Then I played Birth by Sleep, but I kind of fell off. And that was the last time I interacted with this series. Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out, or is coming out. I'm like, okay, I'll catch up. And I get about 10 minutes into the chart of the process of catching up, and I go, fuck this. I hate this. This is the worst.
Okay, well, if you don't care and I don't care, then I'm more than content to talk about PlayStation 5 details.
Hey. Well, we were going to talk about this no matter what. Cerny's saying all sorts of stupid shit in this interview that I don't understand.
I think the most important one, actually, is the follow-up story. So we'll just do both at once.
Yeah, do it.
So there's a whole lot of, not much, but one major point with the PS5 that we're hearing is solid state society.
That's cool.
So yeah, SSD.
That's good.
SSD drive's good, and they demonstrated its usage by showing you that you can. They loaded up a build of Spider-Man that was running on PS4 and then a PS5 one, and they more or less demonstrated that you can do the fast travel instantly.
Yeah.
On the map from one spot to the other. So, and that's effectively what your hard drive does when you have an SSD running.
Yep, pretty much.
SSD,
unless the game hasn't been programmed to take advantage of it.
Yeah. And of course, the thing though is, I mean, unless the technology has since like surpassed what I know of it, but whenever you have an SSD drive, that's your that's your operating system drive, and it's always smaller than your crazy multi-terabyte.
Yeah, SSD write and read shit has gotten way better in recent times.
But do they have them in like the terabytes?
Oh yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You're not gonna get a terabyte drive with this. No fucking way.
I was like you're gonna fucking. You tell me there's like an 8 terabyte SSD drive that you're gonna fucking.
No, you're gonna get a 320 gig SSD drive with this, and you're gonna enjoy it, you bitch.
Because
that's what you're gonna get.
That, like, even if this comes out 2 years from now, that would still be insanely expensive.
I think the worst part about this whole story.
Anything above 4,
yeah,
is gonna be crazy.
Yeah. I think the worst part about this story is Sony's like, yeah, and this thing's going to support 8K graphics. And then the note is like, there are no 8K TVs that are for general populace.
Right.
And 8K is fucking stupid.
Also, how big are your games going to be?
Really big.
That's not good.
Yeah, big.
Like, if we keep scaling up, but the end result is you still only get 4 games, like, that sucks, man. But anyway, the follow-up was that the PS5 itself will not launch over the next 12 months. So
fairly unshocking.
This is not happening in between now and 2020.
Yeah, I expected this.
So, I mean, that makes sense. I think that's fine for them to talk about.
Yeah.
I think we're probably going to see... I don't know what we're going to see Microsoft do, actually. You think they're going to swerve?
I don't know.
They might swerve.
I feel like they could release the Xbox. What are we at now? What's the big one? Xbone X?
I mean, at this point, you got to just find a new
They'll
word.
release the Xboners, and that'll be a juiced up Xbone X.
Xbox One revision special.
Yeah, whatever. And that will be an applicable power jump, but it'll still be the same thing, so it'll still be like backwards compatible.
Xbox One Revolution S.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
I desperately hope this thing is backwards compatible, man. Like,
What, 5?
yeah.
It is. They said it.
They said it?
Yes. Oh, did you? Okay. In case you didn't actually take a look at the article.
I skimmed it, but I didn't get the backwards compatible part.
Yeah. 100%. What we got is...
With 4 only?
We got... hold on, let me scroll to get it. Scroll. Scrolly. Yeah, they confirmed backwards compatibility. They confirmed solid state with backwards compatible with PS4. Yes, and ray tracing as well, which has been a PC thing for a while. But where was the actual?
I would really like a Let's PlayStation, as you joked earlier.
Yes, that's it, and it's not in the headline, but they did imply that VR is going to be a much bigger part of it this time as well.
I bet.
So, yeah, your PS4 library will continue to exist on your PS5.
Does this mean we can get Bloodborne at 60? Come on.
I think a re-release.
No, just make it so the games run better.
We got Dark Souls on Switch. They might just re-release
do
it. They might just re-release it.
Don't know. Just make it so games run better. Microsoft did it. Just do it.
Depends on how the game was made.
I don't care. Crunch them until it happened.
Well, then you might as well re-release that. If you're putting dev time into a specific title.
No dev time. Microsoft did it. Pat is going full big baby now.
But reason and rational thought process. Hey, can I call you Thinblood from now on?
Where did you hear that?
I'm asking because it might be applicable.
All right, sure.
Vampire, the Masquerade.
Hey, I know a little bit about this nerd shit now.
What do you think of how this game looks?
I'll let you know in a second.
Oh, really? Okay, well, they have...
My sleep has been so fucked lately.
Okay, well, they're showing off some trailers and teasers.
They showing any gameplay yet?
Not really. They're just showing off this kind of art style, and it's a cutscene thing, so we don't actually know.
So the main character in Bloodlines 2 is going to be a Thinblood, which is... are you familiar with that term, Wolves?
I mean, in my own head.
Yeah, okay. So Thinbloods are... I believe it's 14th... So vampires are defined by generations in this fiction. So the first generation is Cain, of Cain and Abel.
The purest of pure.
Generations 3 and 4-ish are antediluvians prior to Noah, which are basically godlike super beings and apparently don't exist, but they exist. Shut up. And your badass vampires are 8th generation ish, and then once you get down to generation 14, right? You get what's a Thinblood or a caitiff, and these are vampires that get the rawest deal ever because it's a power gap. Every child of a vampire is shittier than the last one.
You get no power-ups, but the sun hurts you.
You get 0 powers, every vampiric weakness.
Yes. Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Like, it is the shittiest deal ever.
Yeah.
You get weakness to sunlight, like all the fire shit, like all that. No healing ability, no powers,
like
bloodlust, like.
Considering how insane the 10th generation Sons of Sparta.
Oh, they do live forever though. Oh, okay, that's all right.
That's good.
Yeah. But they get all the shit.
10th generation Sons of Sparta will be gods.
Yeah, eventually, if they can figure out how to do their shit before they get old and die.
Like it no question. That's a raw deal.
Yeah, it sucks. So their focus in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, where they're like just everyone shits all over. Oh, they're also the dirt hobos of vampire society. Like everybody hates them, and treats them like shit.
All he wanted to do was grill some veggies.
I know.
What's the big deal? You don't like grilled veggies? They're delicious.
I do like a grilled veggie.
Right? The little burn on your green makes it taste better. And you fucking throw that on your side. Put some spice on it. Delicious.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Cain
and
Abel. Just wanted to grill some veggies.
Is that what the fight was over?
That's all it was, man.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why Cain hit Abel with a rock.
Abel wanted to barbecue his lamb. He wanted some shank.
Okay.
God likes lamb shanks.
All right. Yeah.
Real big fan of broiled meat.
Yeah.
And Cain was like, "Yo, bro, I work in the garden.
Yeah.
I toil. I do my fucking greens. You're a shepherd. You've got meat.
Yeah, that's right.
So when it comes time to sacrifice your shit, it's gonna be meat because that's what you do."
Yeah.
But Cain's like, "My thing is vegetables.
Sure.
So I'm gonna grill some fucking delicious veggies. He brings the meat. I bring the veggies. You got yourself a stew going."
Right.
God's like, "Fuck you. I wanted meat. Fuck your veggies. You don't get that blessing."
All right.
Abel gets the blessing because he brought the meat.
Mm-hmm. Then Cain hits Abel over the head with a rock.
Yeah, because fuck that guy.
And then meets Lilith. And that shit happens.
Yeah, well, fuck her
too. And then
too.
God says, "I'm going to curse you to have to eat your children."
Yeah, well, you know.
And thus vampires.
Why are you kicking him out for his nice grilled veggies, man? I love grilled veggies. It's fucking great. The meat's nice, but
is the blood sucking now like an ironic anti-vegan statement by God?
I mean, quite frankly, it's like, look, what you gonna fucking? You're gonna say thank you to the man that brought the meat, obviously,
Yeah.
but the guy that brought the sides can't even fucking get a little. He can't get a little something.
So you're saying vampirism was caused by God being a picky eater?
I mean, quite like just hating, like, you know, and like no one likes an asshole vegan. Like no one really.
Nah, that's awful.
If you're really enforcing it, if you're trying to push it down people's throats, and you know, no one likes that.
No, it's not.
But he knew that his brother had the meat covered.
Yeah, they gotta fucking you make
a responsible fucking guest will show up with the sides that nobody brought to make a full plate. Grilled veggies. That's all it was about. And now we got fucking vampires.
Yeah.
That's it.
So the basic deal is that the only way for Thinbloods to get any beefier from their shit state is to do something called diablerie, which is basically to eat other tougher vampire souls, which is a no-no in vampire society. People don't like it. But that's going to be your deal.
So how do they, like, continue to exist?
Which?
Wait, hold on. Sorry.
How does who continue to exist?
So Thinbloods.
Yeah.
They live forever.
That's right.
Naturally.
Yeah. They gotta eat blood, though.
But they have to eat blood.
Yeah, they got the blood thing.
It doesn't matter what the source of the blood is.
Nah, it's gotta be humans.
Okay.
Rats give, like, animals, livestock, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, they're 1/100th of a human.
But they get no powers.
No. And also, human blood ranges in quality. So you got your dirty hobo blood.
Yeah.
You got your rich yuppie blood. Yeah.
And then you got your typo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Typo delicious shit.
But what if? Okay, can you be murdered through traditional human means?
Yeah. That's one of the things in Vampire is that vampires have extraordinarily amazing healing abilities.
Yeah.
But a shotgun will take your head off just like anybody else's.
Okay. So
Like-
if you're Thinblood,
Like you're tough, right? But if you're like pulverized into fucking mush,
Yeah.
and like,
see, but if you're a vampire and you get hit by a car or thrown out a window, you're fine.
yeah, you'll walk it off.
If you're a Thinblood, you won't.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then there's ghouls, which is people that eat vampire blood but aren't vampires.
Oh yeah, ghouls.
They're
Ghouls
they
and
heal up good.
freaks.
Probably the most interesting thing I ever heard about the Masquerade like fiction that is not referenced in the games is that vampires take aggravated damage from fire. Right, fire's good against vampires. This is a pretty common thing, but that in the pen and paper, apparently, you take so much damage from fire that vampires gain an innate crippling phobia of open flame.
Oh, nice.
To the point where if somebody is smoking a cigarette in their vicinity, they have to roll a check to not have a panic attack.
Wow. Like Gregor Clegane.
Yeah, because like somebody putting out a cigarette on them could like fucking ice them or like really fuck up their shit.
What happens to people that get bit by Thinbloods?
They bleed.
Okay.
Becoming so the vampire thing is like, it's always been complicated. It's not zombie rules. It's never been zombie rules. Vampires don't bite people and then they become vampires. The usual way that you become a vampire is you got to have nearly or mostly your whole blood sucked out of your body.
Yes, Sander.
And then-
Sander, not Gregor. Yes.
And then the vampires got to jam their own blood in there. And so you kind of die, but then you come back to life as a vampire.
because it sounds
It's a
like
whole blood mixing thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say like getting bit sounds like a much worse deal than just being born part. But then this shit sounds pretty awful too.
Yeah, and then depending on your fiction, you got people that get born vampires.
Yeah. What about daywalkers? Are there daywalkers?
No, but apparently you can spec your stats into like physical fortitude, and then you can tank a certain amount of sunlight. But like,
You're still gonna be
there's like
smoke. You're gonna.
I
be,
think the upper limit is like like a minute.
you
total.
need a Vulcan Raven-sized container of sunscreen.
I don't know if you know this, but the sun is just a really big flame.
Yeah.
It's really big.
Yeah.
So big.
It's very angry.
Yeah.
It's also a terrible stand.
It's just terrible. Almost beat him though.
It's so bad that it causes your main characters to laugh hysterically to the point of insanity.
Yeah.
In even the most out of character way. All
right, Big Nerd in the chat pointed out that apparently if you're an old enough vampire, you can take like fucking UV laser beams to the face and just tank it
Rad.
because you're old. And vampire power scales with old.
That's cool.
Vampires are cool.
Well,
Unless they're fucking lame.
depends on which kind, right? Because you can be a Bram Stoker type or you can be a fucking Twilight type.
Well, that's the whole point of Vampire the Masquerade. Is it predates Twilight, obviously, but the whole idea is they have all those clans, and every clan is some variation of vampire. So you're Bram Stoker type, so you're like Ventru.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, that's also Underworld.
you're. Kate Beckinsale was pretty hot. in that.
Beckinsale wore tights.
Yeah. Vampire. Rawr. All right, let's get the fuck away from this conversation.
So, it turns out on the
I like that first movie, I'll admit.
on the fuck you.
I liked it.
Fuck you.
It was a fun vampire
Fuck
werewolf
off.
movie.
Wow.
And then
well
he turns
down.
into a blue guy at the end, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. Taste is trash.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, do you think I didn't know it was trash? You think I'm sitting there going, "Oh yeah, this
They
is
fucking
high-end
break the
movie
rules
entertainment."
of War 101, which is don't break the fucking line of action. You literally have two armies on each side.
Yeah.
Don't switch the sides so that you don't
switch it. Fuck it.
You fucking have everybody literally just stop. The big dumb black monster thing walks out.
Oh man.
Everyone gets really confused and just walks away.
Watch the trailer for that and play
Holy
Evanescence
shit,
in
the
background.
hybrid. The fucking hybrid, the hybrid, the hybrid. It shows up and gets its ass beat.
Oh man, do you remember? I watched the fucking behind the scenes for that, where they tried like a bunch of different prototype hybrids, and then they ran out of time shooting, so they're like, "Fuck it, just cover him blue."
Just coat him.
Just coat him.
It wasn't blue. It was black.
It was blue.
Was it blue?
It was fucking blue.
I remember it being
looked so
dark.
fucking bad, dude. They originally wanted to do this rig where they had a bunch of hair on him, and they'd fire electrode and would stand up, so he'd look like a creepy vampire werewolf, and they could never get the shit to work.
Shit.
So then they just said, "Throw fucking blue paint on him. Fuck it."
Fear the hybrid. Fear the hybrid. He goes through a fucking table.
Yeah.
He literally
gets dunked. He gets choke-slammed by a fucking 90-year-old man.
Like it's straight up a wrestling match. Like this
man.
big new like the Shockmaster comes out supposed to get over, then he gets put through a fucking table ladder in a chair.
And then Ken Beckel cuts the guy's head. This is a Matrix moment. His head slices off. You're like, oh man,
huge fucking
that
bitch
was so
out.
cool. I can't wait for 10 sequels.
And then we just stand around and then awkwardly walk away as the camera zooms out sadly, fading to black.
He was a fucking super smurf.
Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. Hey, there's a new mode in Overwatch.
Yeah? Is it for pornography?
Customized game modes.
All right, so pornography.
On the PTR, they're basically putting in
pornography test realm.
That thing that I remember Halo having where you can create custom-made game mode.
No, that's right.
It's not a map editor, but it lets you modify. You can add rules and scripts.
I bet you can.
Yeah, that shit's everywhere, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Like, people that are just trying to watch normal porn that have no interest in video games whatsoever have seen various SFM GIFs. And it's kind of wild.
It's the funniest thing
that they have no idea what they're looking at, but it's everywhere.
The funniest thing is like people making fun of the porn ads that are, what is it? It's like fucking don't play this by yourself in 5 minutes or whatever. And it's like every single one is Overwatch characters, and it's like Jesus Christ, just
the weirdest. Like, what is your point of your ad? Don't click here or you'll jizz. Like what do you
aim away from your face before you click on this shit?
You have 5 seconds. You won't survive it. Don't click.
Make sure your mom's out of the room, loser.
What is your plan? What are you trying to get done here?
Make sure you're by yourself when you play this porn game and you jerk off. Yeah! Really? You think?
Your dog won't look at you the same after you click here. Anyway, yeah, so it's a custom mode where you can customize the rules in the script.
I feel like everyone in the world fell off of Overwatch.
They did, but every time a new character gets announced, there's a little bit of like, oh shit, what's this about? Are you like a hot Frenchman?
I feel like the fact that the most exciting thing people are talking about with Blizzard is a re-release of a good version of their MMO from 2004 is like the most depressing thing in the universe. WoW Classic is all I hear people talking about.
I haven't heard.
In regards to Blizzard.
Haven't heard. Is that what's up?
Yeah, man. People are excited for WoW Classic because it's a version of WoW that they enjoy playing.
But do people actually want to go back to
World
of Warcraft?
Yes.
Seriously?
Wooly, I have played on a private WoW Classic server.
Wow.
It's fun.
Wow.
Yes, WoW.
Okay.
That's the name of the game. Wow. It's the database.
Why even bother with this? I mean,
What are you looking at?
you don't give a shit, but I think it's pretty cool.
What do I give a shit about? I'll try.
Starlink has the Star Fox character shit coming out very soon. If
that sounds really cool.
You give a shit. Tomorrow, in fact.
Wow.
Is when you're going to get Slippy, Falco, and Peppy.
The other one.
Talking to humans in a weird way.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
That's really interesting.
For the Star Fox racing content and whatnot with the Starlink shit. And you get remember it's the game where you put the toys on the controller?
Yeah, that dumb bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all coming out.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm. So Star Fox is continued to
They both have Star in the title.
Continues to exist through Starlink.
What a awesome use of Star Fox.
As opposed to Star Fox.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good use of Star Fox.
Not that one. Or the other one before it. Or the other one before it.
It's really weird because it's not that hard.
Or Christ, the past 4 Star Fox games, man.
Everything post 64?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Zero Battle Assault, whatever.
Assault was all right.
Yeah, but it's not Star Fox 64.
No, but it was all right.
The fucking the fucking DS one where you drag the shit with the touch.
Command.
Crap.
That was Command.
Whatever. And then the Adventures. Star Fox Adventures.
Yeah. I think Star
Jesus
Fox
Christ, like the simplest fucking thing in the world.
Is a victim of Nintendo thinking that it needs to be something more than what it is.
Yeah.
Like, I really think they would not be content to just release a straight up behind the ship shooter with levels and stages.
Make a shit ton of levels. That's it. Done.
I think they're not happy with that. They want it to be like
it's one of the greatest. Star Fox 64 is one of the best games ever made.
They want it to innovate something, and it doesn't need to, but they want it to be more. So they keep trying to do other things with it. And yeah, we kind of just want. Hey, Star Fox 2 came out.
Yeah, it did. That's weird. That came out.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird, man.
Let's take some mail.
Hey, if you want to send an email in, it'll probably be at a higher energy level than it is right now, and we'll read it, maybe. And that you send that to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one coming in.
I'm fucking dying out here, man. I'm fucking...
From
2 a.m. I'm stupid.
Rhino says, "Hey, Padlock and Wooligan.
Good enough.
Your talk about conspiracy theories reminded me that you okay?"
I just looked down the chat and just saw somebody just go, "Pat, you're fucked." I'm like,
You're talking about conspiracy theories reminded me of the time that I was having dinner with my grandparents, and my distant aunt informed me of an insane theory of hers. She believes that clouds are created by airplanes flying by.
Shut up.
Because when she was living in Hawaii, there were no clouds ever, and there were no planes flying overhead. But when she moved back to in the U.S., she was appalled by all the clouds and all the planes everywhere.
She was appalled by the clouds.
How are you supposed to talk to them if they're still a human being after hearing them say something like this?
This is a grandparent?
This is an aunt.
Aunt?
Yeah.
You can't just put them in a home.
I mean, at no point does she specify what she thinks the clouds are doing, if they're doing anything. So I guess it's fine.
I feel like whenever I encounter that situation, I just stare at the person until the conversation moves away.
You pull up the Simpsons photo and you literally show them old man yells at cloud.
Wait, does this person think the clouds did not exist before the invention of airplanes?
Yes, because they grew up on an island where there were no clouds.
I know that's not true.
My skybox.
There literally cannot be a location on the planet that has zero clouds ever.
My skybox was always clean blue skies. So when I move somewhere else, it's got to be.
That reminds me
of
that percentage of people in certain like U.S. states that don't believe that snow is real.
Yeah, right. I've never seen it. It ain't real to me.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a large-scale fucking conspiracy.
The age of information, they call it. Let's see here. We got one coming in from Dilly Dally. Says, hello, unregulated doses of chemicals in my brain. As a person who has both mental and physical disabilities, I find games to be fun and unique showcase of attempts at inclusion in minority groups. I present you a list of things I've noticed over the years that I'd like to ask your thoughts on them.
I'm very interested in this.
Rebindable inputs and configs for those who have physical impediments might not have been the intended design decades ago, but is how all games should be, can lead to fun exploits in modern games, though. Integration of sound design into the game's subtitles, a la Left 4 Dead, where it's tied to core mechanics of the gameplay and might possibly be the most enjoyable version of this. Visual indicators of things that would be giving haptic feedback, like spotting an enemy or a hidden secret instead of just a sound and vibration. Looking at you massive amounts of older JRPGs with hidden prompts for no reason other than to force you to enjoy the environment while you search for a hidden materia or dropped plot key. Ability to turn hints on for single-player games in case it's a bit too mentally challenging for you or you're completely missing the scope of the scenario. Actually, I will roll easy mode into this as it sometimes is the only way for my friends to enjoy a game, as it sets massive OCD off for them. And the inclusion of color blindness features, shifts and of the palette colors to not need those features even turned on, for example, in multiplayer games where enemies are always have a unique and distinct design regardless of color. Mono, audio plus radar for those who with hearing loss and an impediment for one or both ears. That's all I can think of at the moment.
The vast majority of accessibility concern and design decisions that you could make for your game will also benefit those without any disabilities. Subtitle design, including closed captioning. I use that shit. I don't have a hearing issue.
There you go.
Right? The number one, like the golden rule on that is adjustable keybinds. Like the ability to change your controls, while pseudo vital for people with certain physical disabilities, is just nice to have for everybody else. Like that's a feature that just is good overall.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that Respawn games for controller bindings, they don't let you do what you want. They force you to use presets.
Yeah.
They let you bind keys on your keyboard and on your mouse, but your controller is stuck in a couple of preset configurations. Yeah. And I hate it.
They don't want dumb controller players to fuck up their controls and not be able to fix them. I think that is the actual design idea behind it.
Literally, like, fuck off. Just do the same thing your keyboard does, except apply it to the controller. Yeah.
Color blindness shit. While that obviously doesn't help people, you know, that's not a feature that like transfers over to the non-colorblind people. There are a shit ton of colorblind people.
Oh yeah,
it is super common.
Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, I grew up. I've known 4, I think.
Apparently, it's weirdly common in video game circles.
I've known 4 people. Min of who's the latest with that.
Oh, Min is colorblind?
Min's colorblind.
What type?
I don't know.
Probably?
You'd have to ask him.
Because there's like 10 now.
You'd have to ask him. But there's settings for them.
Yeah.
And you can cycle through them in Apex. So that's pretty handy.
I find colorblind settings completely fascinating when I fuck with them because I'm like, oh, that's... Oh, huh? Ugh.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain perspective that you gain.
Yeah, it's like when you see like dog vision.
Yeah.
And you go,
man. Where you look and everything looks like dogs.
Wow.
Think about it.
Fucking dogs can't tell shit.
Dogs can't tell shit.
If it wasn't for that nose, they'd be garbage.
Yeah, well, their nose is more accurate than our eyes, so it's weird.
If it wasn't for that nose, they'd be garbage.
Well, if not for our thumbs, we'd be garbage too.
No, we'd be all right with the 4.
What?
We'd be all right.
Nah, man.
Without the prehensile thumbs?
Nah, haven't you been watching Tirasu's human videos?
No.
The ability to throw shit is our #1 superpower.
Oh, it's awesome. But I mean, we like with just the clawing though, we'd be pretty fucking.
No, we wouldn't.
We'd be all right.
You can't throw something. You can't throw a fucking. You can't throw a stick at
Without
something.
your thumb, you can.
No, you gotta fucking.
But I mean, in terms of like what we can and can't do in general, like we wouldn't be like completely worthless.
Yeah, we would. We'd be super garbage, man. I gotta get Tirsu on this with thumbless humans.
Hold on a second. Are you strictly talking about like pre-early human evolution?
I'm talking
Are we talking about
agricultural.
right now? Okay, all right, fine, never mind. I was talking about right now.
Oh, like if we lost our thumbs?
If we all lost our thumbs.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude.
We'd be okay.
Because we already built the fucking first tools and shit.
Yeah.
And you can't fucking kill a woolly mammoth with a fucking stick. You got no thumbs, man.
But at the same time, I think we might have developed, like... Depends. I don't know. It's hard to say. You don't think we'd be smart enough to come up with a thumbless way to, like...
No. Intelligence follows tool use in some cases. Dumb as fuck. Dolphins are smarter shit than us, man. Back in the day, anyway.
Can you hold something in your not thumb and
that sucks.
And smash it against somebody?
No, you get no strength on that.
Like, can I pick up this mouse, for example, without my thumb and like bash someone in the head with it?
And in fact, you can look at chimpanzees and shit like that because their thumbs are garbage, but they're like 100 times stronger than us. But they're bad at throwing shit and hitting you with sticks.
Or taking both of my hands and picking something up so I have two hands on it, and then just bashing someone in the head with it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You can pick up a rock and hit me with it without using your thumb, and I'm not too worried about it. And then I'll hit you with a rock using my thumb.
I think thumbs are super important. I don't think getting rid of them is the difference between us not existing.
I think that's totally insane. I think you're underestimating the power of your thumb.
I think so. I think I'm just making shit up because I don't actually know the answer, and it sounds
plausible to you.
Sounds plausible to me.
And we know that you'll make the right decision about thumbs in the future. Well, that cult shit went way out of control.
Yeah, I don't know. We had one discussion about it.
Yeah,
and
it got real.
Way far.
Yeah.
Went way far.
Well, these cult sucks. Come on.
Posted by the Cult of Pat people.
Yeah,
with the sticker on it.
Come on. We know you'll make the right decision. Fuck off. Burn it all down. Anyway, we're doing emails, right?
We were.
No, you need
the Virgin Wooly, the Chad Pat. I have literally
you didn't see that?
I have literally seen you walk in the fucking virgin position.
Yeah.
I have literally seen you do the shoulders up slump pose, and I have literally done.
Yeah, I know.
This, like,
art imitates life. What can I say?
Like, I have unironically done this pose.
Can I get a Chad
in the middle
cube?
of a dance move?
Can I get a Chad cube thing?
In the middle of a dance floor, while music was bopping, I have unironically made that pose.
See, I have the confidence to never do that pose.
Like, I've literally seen.
I don't want to destroy everyone with me doing the Chad pose.
Oh, that's fucking great. What was your favorite leak of all time? Tom wants to know.
That Halo 3 one in the fucking weird barn. Do you remember that shit?
Oh, with the TV screen?
Yeah, that's the wildest fucking shit ever.
Yeah. That was great. That was solid. I'm gonna go ahead and say now, currently, fucking Devil May Cry 5.
Oh,
with the dude in the reflection.
Ah, it's so bad.
Straight up saying to the camera, "Oh shit, you can see me in the reflection." And then he keeps playing.
And then he gets fired.
That's my number one.
Oh man.
Justin wants to know, Bully, what's that yellow Batman looking album behind you? It's been bugging me for months and my searches haven't gotten good results.
I don't know what that is.
It's a literal Batman, the animated series soundtrack. Here.
Hey. Smooth.
Oh.
Cool.
Batman the Animated Series vinyl. It's pretty dope. I want to show it to you because it looks really cool. For the audio only people,
Just imagine Willie's pulling out a vinyl.
it is the shape of a bat.
That's
It's
crazy.
cool. There you go. Look
I
up
don't
Batman the
understand
Animated
vinyl
Series
records,
vinyl.
man.
What's up?
I don't understand vinyl records.
You know what I found out? A friend of mine came over this week that collects them as well and explained that apparently 30% of people currently buying vinyl don't have record players.
Yeah.
That shit's wild. I didn't know that.
So I thought I understood vinyl records right up until you held up that Batman-shaped one. I'm like, but how does it go over the track if there's no track to go over?
Have you not seen the Drift Stage vinyl?
No, man.
The Drift Stage one, which is right here.
Records are circles, man.
So
Records are circles.
Drift Stage has an official vinyl. Oh, my mouse
This is
fell.
good. This is a good way to do this.
And the record itself
This is a good way to do this.
is literally the car.
Wait, that's the drift stage?
The
vinyl?
car is the vinyl record.
That's pretty good.
And it spins on the fucking thing. Like, this is...
That's silly.
Yeah.
That's silly.
So, you can make them any fucking shape you want as long as the grooves exist.
I don't get it.
If you go look this up, audio listeners, just look up the Drift Stage vinyl record.
I don't understand.
And you'll see what I'm talking about.
I
As
want
long
mine.
as it can fit and spin, and there's little grooves on the thing, then you can do whatever you want with it. They can't stop you.
You know what? You can't stop you now that you destroyed your mouse. All the juicy bits fell out.
Mice are awesome because you can pull a battery out and they still work.
Yeah, I feel that's new. And by new, I mean like sub the past 10 years. Because I remember you nudging those batteries and the fucking thing would turn off.
And let's take one last one.
One last one.
Coming in from the Spice Must Flow.
It must, dude.
Hey, Super Castle Mind Goblins. After your talk about swords in video games versus real life, I wanted to insert my own 2 cents to that subject.
Let's hit it.
I am currently a longsword instructor of Bloken Plow Western martial arts.
Fucking sick. For real.
I teach German longsword in the tradition of Kunst des Fetchens, as interpreted from a poem called Die Zettel, purposely written by a swordmaster named Johannes Lichtsteiner. This is taught in the context, we assume, of doing Bloschfletchen, unarmored fencing. That means typically guys would be wearing gambesons, leather gloves, and no helmet.
Uh-huh.
Keep in mind, gambesons are still armor, just not plate.
Right.
The type of fighting that would be Harnschwächten are those styles of fighting that are very different from each other when fighting with a longsword, as you alluded to. You can't cut plate. Isn't happening. Seeing that in games and movies makes me roll my eyes.
It's ridiculous.
Normal tactics against plate would be to use a polearm, halberd, poleaxe, lucerne, etc. You forgot to say fauchard, you motherfucker. And destroy a man inside the plate.
Yeah, a hammer will do it.
If you don't have that, you use a spear to go for the unarmored gaps between the plate and stab.
Yeah, the armpits, the knees, shit like that. Their dick.
This is why there's that half sorting style for long swords, where you turn the sword into a small spear and use your hand to guide the blade with more control to thrust into the dangerous spot. Most times, though, the fighting goes to wrestling and you try to get the other guy with a dagger.
Yeah, I remember watching videos of dudes doing shit like this, and it turns into wrestling, and then they start beating on them in the head, and then they pull out a little knife and go through the eye slit. And that's a fucking bad way to go, man.
But if we're talking about swords and how sharp they were super sharp. You absolutely do not want a dull blade, because most people do not own plate in any form. They're going to be wearing gambesons. So if you do not have a very sharp sword, you aren't getting through that gambeson. Gambesons are also very good at dissipating blunt damage. Not to mention, swords are not designed for blunt trauma. Clubs and hammers are. Swords are meant for cutting, obvious is obvious, so the idea that someone thinks a medieval sword was intentionally dull is ludicrous. So there you go.
Yeah. The irony, right? So only the richy bitches would have plate, right? Which would make them, like, nigh invincible to cutting.
Otherwise, you're fighting leather.
Otherwise, you're fighting leather, which is not invincible to cutting, but it's actually because it's cow flesh or whatever dissipates blunt damage more equally. Isn't that crazy? So depending on the richness of the person you're fighting, you want to go blunter and blunter as the money go up.
Considering how cool half sorting looks and how much it mattered, I'm surprised that my first exposure to it was For Honor.
Yep.
You'd think pop culture would have adapted that sometime sooner, but
Well, I mean, look at the way, like, probably if I remember correctly, I'm probably wrong, but like the #1 pop culture thing that has always been complete bullshit from step one is the way swords clash, which is they clash edge on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like if two big dudes threw their swords at each other of historical accuracy, there's a good chance that both of the swords are gonna just fly into pieces. You would parry. When you parry with the flat.
I might have.
You don't parry with the edge. Why the fuck would you parry with the edge?
I might have read an unverified post or comment somewhere where someone was describing with questionable accuracy that that katanas were good for one battle at a time before needing to be re-sharpened
fancy swords.
and refolded in some cases.
Katanas are made out of fucking slag metal, for fuck's sake.
So the only way to get them that good was because of how shit the metal was, and the multi-folding was because of how impure. And the idea was that, like, because of how thin and so on, that you'd pretty much fight to fight have to go back and fucking.
You know what the best weapon of all time across all history is? A stick.
Best.
The spear is the most useful weapon ever. And every variation of the spear is just a better stick.
I'll take a stick with a thing on it.
That's just a stick. It's a good stick. But it's just a better stick.
Way bigger fan of the stick with the thing on it.
You know what a gun is? It's a stick that moves. It's a fucked up looking stick, but it's just a stick.
Well, it's a stick that throws.
Yeah, it throws the stick part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're good at that.
Yeah. Piercing damage is the best damage.
Against what? Another person? An animal?
Pretty much everything, really.
No.
I can't think of a single thing that piercing damage isn't the best damage.
Is there anything so armored that you have to crack it or go blunt? No, because if you can find the piercy point, that would still be better.
And if it fails, all I'll say is you got to pierce it harder.
Like if you had to fight, it's a skeleton would be pretty worthless to pierce.
Yeah, but skeletons aren't real. I've never seen one. You don't have it. It's a myth.
You'd have to beat a skeleton without piercing.
Listen, if clouds can get fucking created by airplanes, then skeletons aren't real.
See, I was gonna say crocodile.
Yeah.
But then I thought if the crocodile opened its mouth and you pierced it, that'd be the best way to do it.
If I remember correctly, the best way to kill a crocodile is stab it through the top of the head.
But the leather...
It's actually not the leather that's the problem. It's their skull is super thick, apparently.
They're so fucking hard.
Yeah.
How would you pierce anything with that?
You have big man arms. And you're from Australia.
No, I feel like that would be really hard to do.
Yeah.
I imagine stabbing it in the open mouth would be a better job.
Yeah, you want to put your fucking arm in?
No.
Yeah,
no.
See, no, you do it on top of the head.
But if your stick is long enough...
No, dude, they will snap that stick in a second.
They will. But maybe you can stab it first. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't have any... I have no idea how to kill an alligator.
I have watched people talk about how to kill the crocodile.
Blind it and then figure it out.
Well, they don't have a good eyesight anyway, so you don't actually have to worry about that at all.
Stab it in the eye? Yeah, but you have to get close enough to stab it in the eye.
I don't know.
And what if they start fucking doing the roll on you?
I have a really good plan to kill crocodiles.
Okay. Alligator. Crocodiles are...
you changed it. You said crocodile.
But it's actually... Yeah, but crocodile's like a little small, tiny...
All right, okay. So look, you see the alligator?
Yeah.
Just fucking turn around and run away.
Yeah.
Alligator, you can't see it anymore. It'll die eventually.
Uh-huh. You
Problem solved.
ever seen an alligator moving across land chasing something down?
No, I have not.
Good fucking luck, dude.
Look to the alligator, turn 360 degrees, walk away. That's the alligator 360.
Good fucking luck.
Take that, Microsoft.
Oh, are the Crocs the same
that
size?
That might be the shittiest joke I've ever made. So put that on your calendar.
I didn't know the Crocs were the same size. I remember my stupid kids book showed me a picture of an alligator, and it showed a picture of a crocodile, and it specifically put them side by side, and it made it look as if it was smaller. In fact, I think I have that kids book right down there.
Really?
I think it's literally on my shelf. I could probably pull the page up and show you.
Oh, there's a lot of people that are like 360 would keep you facing the alligator. I'm like, oh, you don't remember this ancient meme from 12 years ago. Sorry, children. Take that.
My mistake.
Lily, what do you think? I saw somebody tell me that memes are being taught in their marketing classes in university.
Oh, yeah, I believe that. If you can effectively get one out there, then why wouldn't that be the case?
This memes were like 2 steps away from Know Your Meme becoming an accredited university.
Well, I remember, like, I fucking turned on... I opened up Twitter one day, and I saw the top moment, and it wasn't marked as promotion, but the top moment was, like, rank this box of Fritos Lay's chip products from top to bottom. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing acting like this is not an ad, as various people all argued with each other? And it seems like there was enough footage of, like, paid people doing it that it worked and got people that were, like, randomly joining in. And it was one of these weird things where I'm like, you're supposed to mark this as promotion. And then they didn't, and it was like, okay, so this is where we're at now, right? And there's been a couple other things like that where you're like, this is obviously an ad, but there's no actual connection to the company that you can prove it. But memes, 1,000%. You bet your ass they're pushing a bunch of those out there, trying to see what sticks and what doesn't. How many times has a company probably posted on 4chan trying to see if they could get something going, and then it doesn't take off?
That's where the Arby's Twitter, like, finds their trends.
I fucking believe it.
This is a fucking weird world we live in.
Where are the eyeballs?
Where are they looking?
Are they on the memes?
They're on the memes.
Well, let's put some ads over where those memes are.
Okay, hey, Snoop Dogg, you seem to know about memes. What do we meme to get the eyeballs?
Read Naruto.
Anime? All right,
read some Naruto on the plane.
Oh my god,
Play Mortal Kombat.
Oh shit. Fucking Naruto memes for... God damn it.
All right.
This sucks. This future sucks.
And with that, that's a podcast.
Well, we got to do the
So,
shit.
Let's officially start the Endgame Spoilercast. If you don't want to hear spoilers for Avengers Endgame, you should tune out now. That was the most fun I've had watching an Avengers movie since the original movie.
Yeah, that's right. I think I could sum that movie up in, man, I clapped when the thing happened. Because that's the whole movie. That's the whole movie, is the thing happened.
The fact that 3 hours with, like, all the like, here's the place where you can go to the bathroom. And those were all places where, one, I was debating because I'm like, no... You were saying at the San Francisco scene, but that's literally the introduction of Ant-Man, who turns out to be super important.
Very important.
So that's a silly place to take a break. And second, nothing in the last half of the movie lets you get up and walk out. So there really is just no break points.
I guess I only have a couple things I really want to say, and they're not about the movie's good. I liked it.
Yes.
But the movie's structure and the way that it got made is way more interesting to me. This is a movie they're like, we're all gonna just pretend that every single person who ever watches Avengers Endgame saw all 21 lead-up movies, because we don't have time to do shit.
Well, honestly,
to explain to
this
people.
is the most justified fuck you if you showed up expecting
Like,
this to be your first one.
It is wild. I don't think the majority of actors in that film are even named.
I
don't like.
No. So, I'm not one of those people, but in this instance, I would absolutely be the person to yell at you if you're like, can I just skip all the rest and watch this one?
No, you can't.
Like, if you actually show up trying to go, like, I want to get on the hype train with this is my first fucking, like, go fuck yourself. You're a moron. Like, I can't deal with that.
Like, do they, oh God, I think they say rocket once, right? Like, there is no, like, despite being a 3-hour movie, they're dealing with so many moving pieces. There is literally no time at all. Like,
so,
we cut to Hulk on the fucking rooftop with Tilda Swinton. Who is that? Shut up. You remember her from her movie, right? Good. Moving on.
So, first off, the fact that they handled this movie in the way they did meant that they got to do two things that are awesome, right? You know the thing we love when you expect a big battle, but instead it's just a fucking blowout?
Yeah.
When they show up and find Thanos on the farm
and kill him in 2 seconds
and just wreck his shit like nothing, I was like, whoa! Like, literally Thor just goes, fuck you, cuts his head off. You're like, oh my god, okay, wow, what now, right?
And then you go 5 years later and you're like, oh, this is a very different movie than I walked in
exactly
expecting.
Right,
this is a very different movie.
You expect the vengeance comeuppance, the big return, and it's like, no, this is oh shit, man,
the world sucks now.
And like, they feel that the moment his head rolls, everybody goes, well, what now? And then the answer is fucking I guess.
I'm a huge fan. So then we get time travel and all that shit. I'm a big fan of them going through this long sequence of explaining how time travel doesn't work like Back to the Future 2.
Yeah.
And if you think this movie's anything like Back to the Future 2, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Only to have a solid hour of Back to the Future 2.
That's correct.
Like,
so notice that we were lied to, by the way.
Yes.
We were told that Infinity War
lies.
would be a heist movie about Thanos getting the stones.
Yeah.
And that part 2 would be the big fight. And it was completely
part 1's the big fight,
the opposite.
Part 2 is a heist movie.
And everyone was trying to go like, where was the heist? I guess he kind of went to get the stones. But no, this movie is expressly called a time heist.
And hey, did you not watch Thor 2 The Dark World because that movie sucks? Well, fuck you about 48 minutes into this movie, because we're going to that piece of shit.
Doesn't matter. They actually got Natalie Portman back one more time.
For like a second.
I can't believe they even got her.
Yeah.
I thought she was super burnt and hated it.
And then she got stabbed by a raccoon off screen.
Doesn't matter. She got the big credit at the end.
She got the credit, and she got to walk on the red carpet.
Huge credit.
Hell, man, how are they going to deal with a character so powerful as Captain Marvel? Oh, they're just going to remove her for 99% of the movie. And she is the most uncharismatic kind of pseudo bitch ever to the characters who don't seem to like her very much.
Her attitude, no, I like, so like Steph was asking about this. She's like, does she seem like she kind of hardened up a bit? And I was like, no, she was pretty much the same in the other movie. They just didn't have enough chance to build a rapport. It would have been nice if she did express like specifically become more of the Carol that everyone knows. Nonetheless, though, they definitely made you think, aw shit, she's gonna come do it. And it's like, nah, not quite. But she is the Superman of that world.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. She's the fucking wrecking ball that comes in to just blow shit up.
You point at, she does what Hulk used to do.
But her The difference this time is that she goes, I gotta go because there's more important planets than you guys out there.
Your Earth bullshit is not actually important.
She really doesn't want to hang around.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I there's a lot of shit that was really fun. One of my favorite things they did was by time jumping, you allowed the characters to take on the forms we wanted them to be already, right? Everyone goes through their time jump, and a lot of the post 5 year later versions are now other versions from the comic references that we wanted.
Yes.
So Hulk becomes the Professor.
Yes.
I've been looking for that the entire time. The last fucking 10 years I've been...
Hey, look, I'm Hulk, everybody. Hey, I'm a big nerd, but I'm Hulk.
Right. Hulk talking in Ragnarok and getting smarter on his own was a nice lean-in towards
Apparently that was Ruffalo's idea. He wanted a 3-movie arc for Hulk.
Awesome. Right? Because Hulk is, like, not getting his own movie.
No.
And he works fantastically as a supporting character for others.
Yeah.
So this is the best way to do it. We've tried. Fuck that.
I just love lame not really wanting to smash Professor Hulk in New York, man.
So, him becoming the Professor is fantastic. Natasha getting her red hair out.
Yeah.
After 5 years, where now she looks more like Black Widow.
Cool.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Off the cliff with you.
Yeah, well, you know.
Oh, well.
Lands in the same pose as Tony's Vision.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Cap's shield breaks in the same way.
Yeah, I noticed that one. That one I did.
As Tony's Vision.
Yeah.
Carol gets a haircut.
Yeah.
Rocket Raccoon calls it out.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Get another haircut?
Gonna get another haircut.
Rocket shows up and talks to multiple people, all of whom have varying reactions of, oh, a fucking space raccoon.
I'm getting emails from a raccoon.
Scott Lang is there as Ant-Man, as Paul Rudd. Yes, I did say that in that order.
Still trying to remind people that he exists.
I'm the working man superhero.
I fully expected him to come out of that van, like, insane.
Yeah.
And then it turns out he experienced 5 hours, not 5 years.
Yeah.
Because I would imagine 5 years in the quantum realm was awful.
Oh, you go nuts. Yeah.
But then Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh, whatever. Shut up. It's time travel. Fuck off.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fuck off.
She went in as Catwoman. She came out as a Marvel character. There was that. There was the fact that fucking Pepper comes in as Rescue. That was a fun little nod as well. Didn't expect to see that coming. Didn't piece it together when the helmet was there.
Even I pieced that together, and I don't even know what character you're talking about.
Fuck you.
No, but I was like, oh, Pepper's gonna wear the suit at the end of the movie. Like,
I didn't piece together that it was Rescue.
I don't know who that is.
That's Pepper's wearing the Iron
it's
Man.
a blue
outfit.
Iron Man.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
I mean, you like. It's not Iron Maiden, which is a way cooler name.
Yeah, man, come on.
That's another character.
Oh, darn.
But anyway, when fucking when Black Panther comes out of the portal,
Yeah.
do you remember what he says? He looks over at Hawkeye and he goes, "Hey, Clint," right? And that's it. What's the point of that? Why? What does that mean? Back in Civil War, when the fight was happening, Black Panther first showing up had to fight Hawkeye, and Hawkeye shoots a couple arrows and he dodges them and he goes, "Yeah, I don't believe we've met. I'm Clint." And Black Panther goes, "I do not care." And then they keep fighting.
That's it? Jesus.
So later on, when he shows up, he's like, "Oh, hey, Clint," because they have that rapport. That was great. Obviously, the awesome shit where we're full on nodding to Cap going, "Hail Hydra."
Oh, man.
Saw it coming a mile away, but it was great nonetheless that they got that in there.
That particular moment is perfect because you walk in and it's like, is he gonna? And then he's in the elevator and it's like, it's so similar to the Winter Soldier shot that it looks like they're in the same building, but they're not.
It's the same guy.
Yeah, it's the same goons.
It's
all
the same guy.
All the goons are the same.
100%. Like, Winter Soldier was a while ago, so it's easy to forget.
I recognize some of the like non-standard goons.
And that's what the whole movie ends up being. It's throwback to that thing over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
That scene, that moment, that character, fucking, what's his name? The Hydra asshole that comes in yelling at them.
Dude, Robert Redford.
Robert Redford.
Well, the probably the wildest one that I thought that I'm like, I can't believe they even bothered, is that evil Hydra Nazi bald guy. You know, the one that becomes a computer.
Yeah.
They go, hey, look, there he is, and he's like walking into the bunker that he becomes a computer in.
Yeah.
And he's on screen for 1 second. That's a deep. You didn't need that. You didn't need to bring that guy back so he'd be on the screen for 1 second.
Dude, you can still see the house arrest ankle bracelets on Hawkeye and on fucking Ant-Man from their Civil War bullshit. When it specifically shows you like what his feet at one point when he has it on. Like there's so much shit over the course of those little nods and bits and pieces or whatever. I think Loki picking up the Tesseract and disappearing is going to be the reason why the Loki TV series gets to exist. Because that timeline has changed forever because they had to double jump.
Even if they go back and put it back, Loki still did jump away.
They put back the others. They didn't put that one back. That timeline's fucked.
They can't put it back twice.
Yeah. So sorry. What's her name? Strange's mentor.
Tilda Swinton.
Fucking One Punch Man.
Yeah.
But yeah, timeline's fucked.
Don't worry.
Also, while the invasion of New York was happening, she was standing on the roof, just going, "Fuck off,
zip,
get out of here! Don't touch this building.
Nah, this building's fine.
Destroy the rest of New York if you want. I have Agamotto.
Magic shit. Whatever.
Like, fucking just standing there doing it. That's hilarious. There's a bunch of shit.
Cap meeting himself and he goes, I could do this all day.
Yeah, I know. America's ass. Right. Also the fucking cutting to the intro of Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
That is the best use of their time shit in the whole movie.
You had to know that scene. I want to believe that scene was written at the same time as Guardians 1. Like, I want to believe that they knew, they're like, just show it, except turn the music off
and just move the camera over just a little bit.
Because you know those YouTube videos where they do like dancing in the street, except it's all the sound effects without the music of them going like, dancing in the street, and it's literally just him doing fucking "Come and Get Your Love" like an asshole with his headphones on,
and just shitty singing.
It takes 2 seconds to knock him out because Quill's a fucking moron. Fantastic. Iron Man's daughter, Morgan.
Yeah.
That's the name of a shitty cousin that Morgan Stark is, like an asshole cousin that Iron Man has from the old comics.
All right.
So they just pulled that name back as a reference as well. Stan Lee filmed that reference at the same time as Infinity War, but since this came out last, this ends up being the last one.
Okay. So
I thought the last one was going to be Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
But this one was already shot, so
okay.
That was cool.
You know what we haven't talked about, which is like probably my favorite character in the whole movie?
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite Thor.
Fucking gut.
Fortnite Thor!
They didn't have the ball.
What if I was Thor?
That's why they... First of all, that's how Ultron got into... Not Ultron. That's how Thanos got into Fortnite. Cross-promotion.
Yeah.
That's how it happened.
Yeah.
Second, they didn't have the balls to keep the fat suit on him the whole time.
Fortnite! People are saying Fortnite. I love it.
They didn't have the balls, dude. They took the fat suit off. Like, after the shirtless scenes, he starts wearing a tracksuit, and he doesn't have the giant gut anymore.
Just like Thor being like an absolute fucking pathetic pile of shit the whole movie.
After getting the kill blow.
Right.
Because that's what is your character about?
Just cutting to him and Rocket with the easiest job in the world, and he has a panic attack and starts crying and runs off to hug his mom, and it's like, holy shit.
They're saying he was fat the entire time, but the tracksuit he was wearing and then the suit at the end, it didn't look as fat as his big crazy prop gut was. He still looked fat, but he didn't look as fat as he did when his shirt was off the first time. Well, there was Yeah, so the placement on it, and here's the thing. You know everyone's going to come back, right? You expect it. You already know Spider-Man is fucking coming out. You know the moment's going down. The whole thing is, how could you possibly make me forget about that, right? The best way to fucking do that is to have the pop-off moment that is fucking Hammer in Cap's hand.
Yeah.
Which you know is going to happen.
Yeah.
But it goes down anyway, and they just lean into it, and it's as good. It's literally like it's one of those things where you can sit there going, I knew it was gonna happen, but the way they deliver on it is still so fucking hype. And like, if your audience doesn't explode at that,
they did.
It's like you know what I mean? Like, it's impossible that they don't. Like, it's such a key.
So like everyone's coming back was obvious, but there was a bit where even though you knew they were gonna have the big hero moment and it was gonna be the biggest hero moment that's ever been ever, I was still astonished at like they do it, and it's like, and these guys, I'm like, and these guys, and these guys, and I'm like, oh right, them too. Oh, and them.
You forgot about them.
And like,
and then Rocket goes, "Jeez, is that everybody?"
There's so much.
Yeah.
There's like,
and then the music swells to overwhelm you with how much is going on, and then it pans back down, and then you go, "Say the fucking words, Cap! Say them!"
It's like,
and then he says the words, and you go, "Cape shit." Cape shit rules.
Look at all of them. They're all there.
Consume the product.
Everybody's there. Yeah. Everyone ever is there.
All the warriors.
And it's like,
except for the dead ones.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Vision's not there.
No, Vision can't. Paul Bettany gets to be on the screen for a second.
Natasha's not there.
Nah, well.
You know who got a pop that I never expected?
Who?
Fucking Scarlet Witch. When she has her moment going, fuck you.
She has her Bison Tuesday moment.
She has her, like, shut up, Thanos, I hate you.
Yeah, and he's like, I literally have no idea who you are.
Yeah, like, my audience blew up at that. Did yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And
I was like, I thought everyone forgot about / didn't care about Scarlet Witch.
I think the reason why is because they expect what's going to happen, and if that shit hadn't stopped, she would have won right then and there.
Because she's that good. I mean,
no, it's like telekinesis shit cheats.
No, she's not telekinesis shit. She's random probability.
Yeah, whatever.
Magic.
In this movie,
she causes the vision, by the way, that Tony gets.
In this movie, she picks him up and he's disintegrating.
I didn't think people liked her that much. I didn't realize. But hey.
So, like...
So that's what I was trying to say is they have the shock instant kill Thanos moment in the beginning.
Yeah.
But they still get to have the real battle with him later at the end.
Yeah, you can do it both.
Which is fantastic. Because, hey... No one ever really dies.
No one's ever really gone.
No one ever really gone.
No one ever really
gone. Yeah, that was great. The
relay race at the end.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Also, like, it's Spidey is so wholesome. Like, I want you to picture that moment. Right? The come out, the hug, the whole thing, the nervousness and all of it. But now make that Toby. Okay. Make it Andrew Garfield. It's gotta be Holland.
It's gotta be Tom Holland.
It's got, like, he's the perfect
he's
fucking...
all wholesome and fresh faced and shit.
It really doesn't work with anyone else. That's how you know.
Just doesn't do it.
Shout outs to the casting lady. I forgot her name.
Yeah.
Feel really bad. Gamora's a weird one.
Yeah.
Because she didn't get dusted.
No.
So
they go back in time to bring a pre-Galaxy Guardians 1 Gamora forward so that we can go back to her and Peter going...
No, the end is them searching for her, and it just says searching, and we cut away from the screen.
What are you talking about?
When the remaining Guardians get on the ship, it shows you them searching for Gamora.
Oh, okay. Well, she left.
And then it doesn't tell you whether they found her.
She's a different person at this point. She's a different character.
Yeah, she kicked him in the balls. But I don't think she got dusted because she switched sides.
Yeah.
And I think...
Well, it's the version from the past.
But I mean, I'm saying, like, It's like,
oh no, she was good.
when you snap your fingers and go, "Dear Infinity Gauntlet,
Kill all the bad people.
please kill all the bad
Thanos'
guys. Thanks,
bad
the
guys.
end."
Yeah, let's
and,
do it.
And it goes, all of them are dead.
Yeah.
It's not going to include the girl who makes the switch.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's too hot.
So there you go. Shout out
too hot.
Nebula got so much play.
Yeah.
I was really surprised.
Nebula also gets to like be the single most confusing moment in the entire movie. By far.
When she shoots herself?
When she shoots her past self.
And you go,
and is then totally fine.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? What
Not the same timeline.
Yeah, that is still so weird.
I had to have this discussion right afterwards to establish it, but it's like, the timeline established here is not a singular camera timeline. It is a multi-linear timeline, but it doesn't appear to be one where potentials are taken into account. Right? So when you jump on over to the next timeline, every time you go through the thing, you're finding another version of yourself.
Still weird though.
You're not interacting with you
Back to the
from
future,
before.
man.
Yeah. Old Cap, right? That's a nice way to do it. You give everyone
I'm glad he got old.
He gets to have his thing. I imagine he kind of thought like, let's not have a family because that would be irresponsible for me to leave them. I imagine he kind of hung out with Peggy, and then the moment she died,
he went and just
all right, we're
crushed
good.
a bunch of fucking puss, and then was like, okay.
Because if he had a family that he had to leave behind, that would suck. So I imagine he just lived out with her, had some good times, and then came back.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't come back. He just.
Well, no, goes back to our timeline.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. He's just old.
No, but they pulled him back.
No, they don't. He's just old and happens to walk over to that spot as an old man. That's what happens. He doesn't leave. He goes and just lives his whole life and just knows, oh yeah, today's the end of Infinity War. I'll just be there when they do the bullshit. He was sitting on a bench, waiting for them.
But then
they send him back in time, and that creates the old man over there.
But the timelines that we have are not the same ones we're on.
No, shut up. It's stupid.
So the way that two Caps face each other is because the timeline he enters is one that...
All he had to do is just not run and hang out with himself.
He was returning other Infinity Gems to themselves.
Yeah. And then he just hung out.
But he's not... Oh, I hate this.
You are overthinking this massively.
It's where the camera goes.
It doesn't matter. It's a fucking dumb video game.
Okay, I misunderstood that because I assumed that when he warped out, he was gone from that timeline.
No.
But just listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
And then the process of him aging would have had to happen in a different timeline.
No. Just go back in time and give the rocks back.
Yeah, well, that's the fucking... Old. It every time, man. Every time. Anyway, if the camera follows you, then that's where you are.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, then who knows? So he was old.
He didn't even marry Peggy. He married some other broad.
How do you know that?
Because he doesn't want to tell Falcon about it. He probably fucked Falcon's mom.
Well, Virgil didn't want to tell Dante about it.
Yeah.
You don't know. It cuts to him and Peggy dancing.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
He leaves her like 2 seconds later.
Okay, anyway, so yeah, it's because it seems...
By the way, that is part of Scarlett's vision as well.
What?
That song.
Oh.
Then the dancing.
Cool. No explanation for how Scarlett made that vision happen though, huh?
Magic. It's fucking magic.
Because when I was trying to remember how it happened, I was like, oh, did he interface with Thanos' thing at some point? Or... Did he because Thanos has a moment where he goes, "Oh, you're cursed with knowledge too." When they have the fight in the first movie, and he goes, "Stark," and he goes, "You know me?" And he goes, "I do. You two are cursed with knowledge," because they're both futurists and they're both the same sides of
they're nerds.
Different sides of the same coin.
Yeah,
where they believe in cold logic to fix the problems of the future, except one's
evil.
So
and then the other's Thanos.
I was trying to remember what the catalyst was, and then I went back to watch it. It was like, oh, she just touches his head and makes him see a thing.
Magic, the Infinity Stone. Which one did she get hit with? Space?
Reality? Purple?
No, Reality's Thor's.
No, Reality is red. Anyway, she got hit with purple, I think.
That's power. That's Guardians.
Okay, anyway. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I just got confused by the Cap thing because I assume when Cap jumps out, that means the world he jumps out of, if the camera's still there, he's no longer in that reality. He's in the parallel one, right? But it turns out it's not that. If he can still exist, if they don't have to pull him back.
Yeah. That means old Cap was just watching all that bullshit.
That's what I'm trying to ask you. Like, so Cap was watching this whole war go down a second time.
Yeah, and he was like, I'll be fine.
And then he comes back.
Yeah.
And then just sits on the bench.
Yeah. But from their perspective, they hit the button to send him back, and an old man appears on the bench. Because time travel.
Okay, so... Oh my god. I hate doing this. I really hate it. But it's like, if that's the case, that means every time they jumped back on their own timeline.
Yeah.
So then what's the worry about bringing them back to fix, like, for example, Tilda Swinton's timeline?
Well, had they not brought them back, then they would have branched.
But the branch doesn't occur until
they decide to not bring them back.
But that is a branch in itself.
Nah, that's fine. As long as they say they're gonna bring them back.
Right, but it actually is a branch.
No,
the moment
because they were always gonna bring it back.
Right.
See if Hulk had left and they're
just because you say it's not a branch, it doesn't mean it's not a branch.
If Hulk had left and with the time stone, right, and they were destined to fail, then yes, it would have been a branch. However, to Tilda Swinton, 2 seconds later, Cap showed back up and said, "Here's your stone back. Here you go."
So did Loki get choked out or not?
Yeah. Nah.
That's not what I asked you.
That's what I told you. That's what the movie tells you.
Did Loki get choked out?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Who cares? He needs a TV show.
Thank you for clearly knowing the answer.
Dude, what? The movie's the one that makes it confusing. What are you looking at me for? I'm not the arbiter of this shit. All that matters to them is they made it confusing enough that they can get a TV show out of it.
Yeah.
And have Loki wear pink shirts. This is Batman on it.
And I know Baby Ant-Man is the proof that shows you that he can come back and be aged differently in the same timeline.
Yeah,
I
totally.
know.
There you go.
But the branch discussion is where you have to start thinking about what it actually means, though. Because a branch means things change.
They fucking invoke Back to the Future
they do.
in this
they
movie,
do.
which means shut
Stop
up.
thinking about it. I know.
Yeah,
they totally do. They tell you not to. And that's totally fine. So, I'm trying to scrape for other cool things randomly. Yeah, the intro, starting with Clint, really great.
Yeah, it's really good, because it's like...
He was gone. He had nothing.
What are we going to do? How many... We're going to show the fucking snap again? I mean, right. We didn't see Hawkeye's life get ruined.
You get to see Ronan after the 5-year jump.
Yeah.
That's another transformation that was great.
Super lame.
But it's cool that they got it in there. They got in the Space Avenger suits. They got in the space suits.
Don't jump away from how lame Ronan is.
Ronan's fine.
He's so fucking lame.
Ronan's fine.
He's a fucking man going through a midlife crisis.
Ronan
and he's like, I gotta take revenge, so I'm tattoo a samurai on my arm. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Fuck off. He's cool.
He's so lame, man.
Eat shit. You're wrong.
He's so fucking... He's such a dork.
He's great. Clint's awesome. I love Clint. And you know what? When they're fighting to be the sacrifice,
kill themselves?
Like, I'm gonna be the I hate myself more. I hate myself more.
I was so disappointed.
That was really nuts.
I was so disappointed with who won because I wanted Hawkeye to die, but then I was like, but
I knew it wasn't gonna happen.
But then I was like, oh, good, Black Widow died.
She doesn't have a family.
I was happy either way.
She doesn't have a family to live for. And even if she wanted one, she couldn't get it.
So Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Because I like that they said those
Baron Mordo.
I like that they went to send Clint and Natasha to that planet, because I'm like, oh, fucking thank God. I don't have to deal with at least one of these losers for the rest of this movie.
You're so wrong.
These fucking idiots.
Anyway, I knew that the family existing meant that Clint would make it.
Oh, man. You know what is actually...
But they flipped it on you like 4 times, though.
So I do want to point out there is like a minor plot inconsistency that or at least Nebula's like a fucking piece of shit, Or they send everyone to the teams and they're like, Thor, you're going to go to Dark World and get this shit from Natalie Portman. Hey, you guys are going to go back to Avengers 1 and do this shit, right? And then a Nebula tells Clint and Natasha, you're going to go to Vormir, and you're going to get the Soul Stone. And they're like, how do we get it? And she's like, you just go to the top of the mountain, the red guy will just give it to you. Because, like, the fact that they get there and they're both like, wait, what? Is super fucked.
She totally fucking sets that up.
Yeah.
She doesn't tell them.
No, man.
Because,
like,
it's only fucking Red Skull that tells them.
I was talking to Paige about this, and Paige was like, why didn't they just bring a puppy?
She didn't know? Chat says she didn't know. So then...
They should have just brought a puppy. And just thrown the puppy off the side.
What if they sent Cap and Tony over to get the Soul Stone? Like, that's just the short end of the stick.
Yeah, man.
And you kind of wonder, like, is there going to be some... Because here's the problem, right? If they found a way to hack it, to, like, exploit the system and get the stone anyway...
Yeah, just throw a puppy.
Then... Like, it means Gamora was pointless.
Yeah.
And it means that...
Well, see, the reason why
Thanos was not smart enough to find the trick.
Thanos doesn't love puppies.
You know, so, yeah, that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, and then not only that, but I kind of wondered, I was like, is he going to have a, like, what did it cost moment? But he just kind of...
He's just kind of like, oh, I'm sad.
He just kind of goes, fuck this. Yeah. So, there's that. Yeah.
It's Nebula's piece of shit.
But just the race to self-hatred, you know, was pretty...
No, I need to do it. It needs to be me.
There was the fucking Community cameo again. Ken Jeong got in there as the security guard.
I like Ken Jeong.
Yeah, sure.
He had a cool mustache.
Tony talking to his dad.
Yeah.
That was a weird one because at first I was like, oh, they're having a heart-to-heart. And then I was like, wait, Tony totally... Then I remembered the scene in 3 where Tony's like a teenager / late or early 20s. And he's like, he was talking to his dad as fucking in his Mad Men form.
Yeah.
And they totally knew each other and he was just a piece of shit prick.
Yeah.
But
now he gets to see that his dad wasn't that much of a piece of shit.
Back then.
Yeah.
Right?
Back before he was born. It was actually Tony's fault that his dad became such an asshole.
So, like, initially I was like, oh, this is a moment where he gets to have a moment that he couldn't have had. It's like, no, wait, he was around. He remembers his dad. His dad was just shitty.
Yeah.
It's before he became a curmudgeon.
Yeah.
It's a bit nuts, though, that, like, his dad was that trusting with a complete stranger hanging out in the most secure place that he'd never met.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Little bit weird that he wouldn't be dubious.
Doing? You stealing that big fucking evil space cube?
Why are you hugging me? Oh, by the way, here's your briefcase. Yeah, a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Also, looks like Jarvis was not just a very smart, just a very intelligent.
Oh, god damn it! Really?
System.
Is it one of those fucking things?
Jarvis, the computer, was a backronym.
Fucking.
But it was also his butler.
Off.
Yeah. Did you miss that?
I didn't. What?
That was a thing.
Stupid.
Just a rather very intelligent system.
Let's just talk about the most important thing ever, which is that Thor is now a Guardian of the Galaxy.
You mean an Asgardian of the Galaxy?
Whatever. Shut up. It's the best. It's
which is another reference.
Because I'm like, Thor's transformation into fucking comedy idiot has been the best.
Asgardians of the Galaxy.
It's the best.
It's like, we all know who's in charge.
It makes sense, because with Ragnarok, it establishes that Thor's home is stupid space bullshit.
Okay, but here's the thing. Last time he was there hanging out with them, they were all like, look at this chiseled man.
Yeah. And now he's going to be gross and do gross stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like, we all know who's in charge.
Yeah.
You are.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Double Hammer.
Double
Hammer was rad.
I was so happy that Thor stayed fat in the battle. Like, I was so worried that they were going to have a thing where Thor was like, oh, I have to get serious for the thing. And he would come back and he'd be all chiseled and ripped and shit. It'd be fucking it'd be a bummer.
Cap doesn't just replace the stones. He brings back the hammer.
Yeah, he has to. Or else Thor can't finish Thor 2 Dark World.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is not happening on a parallel timeline. It's happening on the same current timeline.
Yeah, that means there's a part in Thor 2 where Thor's like, hammer, and it takes like 10 minutes to get there. And he's like, what the fuck?
Shit, dog. And that's not a branch, though.
No, man. It's a slight edit.
Got it. They got back in the fucking the rock dude with the little New Zealand accent.
You mean Taka would... What's his name?
I don't know his name.
It's the director of Thor Ragnarok.
Taika Waititi?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's him.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's great.
And that fucking weird bug monster.
It's great.
Plays Fortnite with them.
Hell yeah. And I guess the only other thing is, it's interesting how at the end the successor could have been either or.
Yeah.
Because both Bucky and Falcon were Cap.
Yeah.
And it's just like, which way are we gonna go with this?
And I like that they gave it to Falcon in the end because Bucky looks like a psycho murderer. And seems to be trending more towards that.
But Bucky has a cooler looking Cap outfit.
Of course he does.
And Falcon's Cap outfit sucks.
Sure, but they'll fix it.
It looks super garbage.
But, like, you notice Bucky looks all grimy and, like, I love murder. I'm going to go do Winter Soldier murder. I love murder.
Hey, so what's your theory on how Tony got those stones off? Because I have one.
I would like to hear yours first.
Okay. I think the fact that Tony made the Infinity Gauntlet literally just an Iron Man arm, as opposed to the original Gauntlet.
Gold thing or
the original thing was fucking crafted by space dwarves.
Yeah, crafted by spoilers.
And the new thing is like, it's an Iron Man arm. I stole some tech.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he made it a part of his Iron Man like interface meant that he had an option to eject and switch control, so that he basically got up to him and initiated that as a potential plan.
So I think that what happened is that the script called for Thanos to win, and then they did a camera cut, and then Tony had to have the stones, so then they held up his hand, and then he had them. That's how I think he got them.
Okay, but the moment goes down the same way it goes down in fucking Naruto.
Yeah.
When I run up to you and I try to hit you with my kunai and then you kick me away.
Yeah.
But then it turns out that I fucking did 8 things while I was getting kicked away. / Joseph making a trail of hammer and hair. Leading up to AC/DC.
So what I think happened in that camera cut is that Tony took his hand and grabbed the rocks
in that 1 second,
and because he had to have them later so that Cap could go back in time.
But he grabbed them super fast though.
Yeah, really fast.
Faster than he ever could have before.
Here's the thing. Think about it this way. Since there was no branches, that means Tony was really just destined to grab them super fast and say a cool line.
I'm glad I asked you what your theory was and that you gave it after I gave mine.
Yeah, because if I had said mine first, it would have been yours wouldn't have been as fun to hear.
The other bit is like, do you think snapping his fingers with the helmet on would have helped?
I don't know. It's actually the one thing I don't like about the movie at all is that it becomes you have to snap to use the shit, and it's like. That's just what Thanos decided to do. I thought that's
yeah. That's true. It should have.
There's no reason he actually has to physically snap his
just
fingers.
Wielding it on its own
be able to just
is
do
usually
it when he
fine.
wants.
The snap is the nice moment that does the thing. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, the originally right. No, and I remember I was like, oh, it's the snap that causes that, and it's like, no, it's because it goes up your arm.
Yeah,
and it atrophies your shit. So
yeah, it's all radiation and shit. See, if Tony was smart, he should have just made a robot snap its fingers.
Yeah. I think he just had a piece of tech in the new Gauntlet that let him switch it up.
Was the piece of tech the
little
Marvel Entertainment plot device
little
robot?
Ejector boots, from on each stone.
Yeah.
But hey, it's also that it's the right.
Yes. So wait, hold on. You're saying that he decided to eject the Infinity Stones not when Thanos had his thumb and fucking middle finger together for the snap so that Carol stopped it. No, he waited until just the second when he was right there so they'd all shoot out into his palm.
Well, he was too distracted at the time, but the only reason why he wasn't distracted this time is because Doctor Strange told him, now's the moment, by holding his finger
You know what I actually
up.
really liked about that moment? When Strange points at him because he's using all his magic juice on the dam, his hands are garbage. He points the finger and his hands are a shaky pile of shit because we've established that when Doctor Strange pulls out all the magic juice, his hands go back to all busted
Because of the surgery. I didn't notice that.
He's like
like
he can barely make the one with his hand.
But this is the one in 14,604,000 or whatever. He also and obviously the line there with the whole like I had to go just kind of refresh, but it's like Tony being like the hero and the most important dude ever because if he dies then no one invents time travel. Shout outs to how casually he invents time travel by the way, and just kind of goes, wait, what? And everyone's like, wait, what? And he just has a very like, oh god, okay, yeah.
I'd like to also do some big shout outs to the fact that when they unsnap everyone, Hank Pym comes back to life, which re-enables the potential for infinite use of time travel in that setting.
Pym particles.
Which means, like, they have to kill Pym immediately off screen. Like,
no, they casually use the tech to send Cap back to do corrections.
No.
They just now have the responsibility of making sure it never falls into the wrong hands ever.
Future shit, they have to kill Pym instantly because they can't just have casual time travel around.
Well, they do, but it's protected by the Avengers.
Dude, you can't keep this story going if you have the ability for the main cast to just go, yeah, okay, we got this.
You know who had the best line?
Who's that?
Nick Fury.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was his line? I forget. Did he even talk?
He didn't have a single fucking line in the movie.
Oh, yeah, he just showed up.
The man who made it happen, the Mr. Avengers Initiative, walks out at the funeral and just kind of stands there.
He's like, look.
Not a single line, dude.
I'm in the background, too. I was here.
Isn't that insane?
I got to be here.
That's so nuts to me. Not that there's much for him to say or do.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was it. Tony being the end-all, be-all of the universe is, like...
He's the first one, so it's got to be him.
Well, it's just and his movie was the first one that was a breakout hit that was great and whatever, and it was the popular big one. But it's so weird to me because in the comics, like, that's Cap, you know, and here Cap is still Cap. He's the Cap. He's the leader, but there's never sort of a feeling of like, okay, but Iron Man is the real favorite though. You know?
Yeah.
You don't get that feeling from the comics, but here, there's definitely that underlying feeling of like, but Iron Man the movie, though.
Yeah, it's, like, there's more factors than just this own thing story at play.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's about all I can pull out.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's tons more.
The movie is nothing but more.
Yeah.
Like, that's, like... the fucking fastest paced movie I've ever seen in my life. There's no time for anything in that film.
Imagine what got cut on the fucking, on the cutting room floor. And remember, this was shot at the same time as the last one too.
Woof. That's
this was a fucking 6 hour or 5 hour consecutive nonstop bullshit like last year or the year before rather. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the Roscoe bit. Right.
Roscoe.
Roscoe Simmons, the name on Cap's thing when he goes into the past, when he goes to the whatever,
the base.
Yeah, and he has the the Office moment where he's staring through the blinds.
Yeah.
His shirt says Roscoe on it, and Roscoe Simmons is the guy who replaces him when he becomes Nomad.
Okay.
He's the U.S. agent that gets fucking killed hard by the Red Skull.
All right.
So he just has the name.
I feel
it's like Ben Parker kind of thing.
I feel like there was a missed moment.
Ben Reilly,
where Like, what's his name? Hawkeye should have said, "Oh, you asked that red guy," but instead of saying "red guy," you say, "Ask that red guy with the big skull," and Cap would be like, "What?" It'd be like, "Yeah, it was weird. He sounded like Hugo Weaving."
Red Skull, the Messenger of Death, continues to make no sense, but is the raddest piece of art design in the entire MCU, and is worth existing for only that reason.
Red Skull gets a bad deal on top of that fucking planet, because now that the Soul Stone got, no one ever gonna go back and get it ever again.
There's no explanation for it, except for anyone who uses the Soul Stone, I guess, is kind of associated with it. But holy shit, is it the raddest piece of fucking art design in that entire thing. It's great. It's fucking great. Anyway, and he's also just in space now, in a place that you can go to.
Oh my god. Okay, so somebody in the chat pointed out there was one kid that I didn't understand who the fuck it was. And it was apparently, like, standing in between the Guardians and the fucking Ant-Man people, or whatever. One kid with, like, kind of poofy hair. Apparently that was a kid from Iron Man movies.
I remember exactly who the kid is you're talking about. He was standing by himself.
The Iron Man 3 child.
What child?
Up.
What?
The kid he runs into when his shit crashes in the fucking country. You know, the little kid he talks to for the first 20 minutes of the movie? He hangs out in the kid's garage. Then he fights the fireman in the fucking power plant.
I fucking forget, man. I super forget. Yeah, I don't remember that.
That's the fucking most obscure shit ever. I have no idea who that kid is.
I do not remember much about Iron Man 3 in the beginning. I remember the end part in the Manchurian or the whatever.
Yeah, the Manchurian.
Mandalorian.
Yeah, the Mandalorian was there.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The end credit thing, there's no after credit scene, but you hear the little ding 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 noise.
Yeah, did you recognize it?
Did you?
Yeah.
That's bullshit. You didn't know what it was.
Absolutely I did.
You had to look it up.
No, I didn't.
You really?
Yeah. It's him making the fucking suit.
Why are you lying right now? You knew that ding was him making the suit?
Of course.
That's amazing. I'm impressed. If you actually caught that. I did not. I had no idea what the ding was.
You just remember the noise.
Wow. That's awesome. That's a fucking good memory, dude. I had no idea what the noise was. I was like, is that church bells? Like, what the fuck is that?
No, it's
him making the prototype suit.
hitting the helmet.
Yeah. That's good job. Good job. I really could not tell.
Yeah, no, I can't fucking, get out of a cube, but I can remember that shit.
All right. Also, those massive, elaborate credits with the signatures on them.
Yeah.
That means you can never reprise those roles.
No, you can't.
Like, if you come back after that level of, I'm signing my fucking autograph off on this character.
I am.
Like, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done.
There will never be another Iron Man. There could be an Iron whatever. But there will never now be another Iron Man or Captain America.
Do you think MCU is going to have the balls to never recast or retouch?
Recast? No, but they can make.
I think they're not. I think they're smart enough to not recast.
Iron Man 2.
No, they have such a gigantic roster to pull from. I think the answer will always be grab what we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Maybe 20 years from now, there might be something where they go, all right,
you know what? Yeah.
They might pull a Mark Hamill and company. Like, you guys are old now, and it's been decades, and you guys are kind of like, yeah, maybe we could do one more. Like they might have one of those moments, like Kamen Rider Black. But I'm gonna go ahead and say that the smart thing to do would just be like not touch those characters.
Yeah, you shouldn't touch them.
And there's a ton to grab. They're not as popular.
I want Chris Hemsworth to be Thor all the way up until he becomes a Chris Hemsworth Anthony Hopkins.
Say that again?
I want Chris Hemsworth to be Thor all the way up until he becomes a Chris Hemsworth Anthony Hopkins.
Okay.
And then he can pass the fucking hammer down to Bill.
Or his daughter.
Fuck it, I don't care.
Maybe his daughter can be Bill.
Bill's already there, by the way.
Beta Ray Betty.
Bill's already in the MCU.
Well, his hammer was.
No, like his face. It's on the side of the Grandmaster's fucking dome. He's one of the past champions.
Oh yeah.
So he's out there doing fucking stupid horse shit.
Yeah.
Space horse crap.
Yeah. We're gonna learn about space.
I feel like they've established a stupid enough fucking universe that the world is now ready for Beta Ray Bill.
We're like, if you're ready for Rocket, you're ready for anything.
Rocket's as bad as it gets, right? Like Rocket's fucking stupid, weird.
Howard is as bad as it gets.
All right, but he was there. He's there. So
Howard is actually the bottom. Okay.
All right, it's time to end this podcast.
It is. Let's go.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.